This show is intended for adult audiences. You know, people with bills, backaches, responsibilities, and a functioning sense of humor. It contains strong language, stronger opinions, and the kind of jokes that might send the emotionally fragile into a full-blown meltdown. If you're easily offended, perpetually outraged, or think words are violence, this is your cue to clutch your pearls, grab a blankie, and sprint to your nearest safe space. Or, you know, just get in the sea. We won't miss you. For everyone else, buckle up and let's have some laughs.
Rated D for Dickhead.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
Hello, you dirty little boys. Are you interested in my body?
I'm gonna come.
Nice tits.
A real set of badonkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros, Baghanaga hooks, humongous hungalamga no logangas.
I want people in the industry to be a little bit louder about people being mean to other people, and maybe say it's not a good thing.
I don't really care, Margaret.
Hello. I'm off. Basically, run.
What's going down, babes? Show me the lovin'.
Silence! You are too gay to be the doctor.
I'm wonderful, and I'm the most amazing person in the universe.
Exterminate!
Go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them. With the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
But hey, that's just a theory. A theory.
Demonic presence at unsafe levels. Lockdown.
Why are you running? Let's take some dope.
I am like,
I have had hallucinations on weed before.
if I get that high,
Them babies, Alyssa. Disabilities. I wanted to finish Elden Ring, goddammit.
He's a piece of
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
the reason why DEI was put in place in the first place was incredibly disingenuous racism and sexism, people being discriminated against. This was put in place to try and
Disillusioned young dudes.
white men or straight people. Someone's getting a job over them that doesn't deserve it. People are missing out on jobs that deserve it more than a person who's getting it because they're a woman or because they're black. But these people are making a lot of money, print money, cash,
Money. Well,
capitalism. Raise a bunch of money, more money, heaps and heaps of.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news. Bad news.
Done with the laws where our legends dwell. Forgotten communist
Get your shit together, you
Fuck StreamYard.
Platform.
Fuck the multiple things that have made us as late as we are today. Oh, my God, ladies and gentlemen, I do apologize for being so embarrassingly late, but there was a bit of a situation involving the littlest one, and she's okay. Don't worry. She's okay. And there was some lying involved, and when there's lying involved, I tell you, I go fucking spastic. So let's avoid talking about that. But hello, everybody. I am in need of a laugh. So, ladies, gentlemen, and nothing in between, yo, 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 it's WTF live, you lucky people. Yeah! Woo! Yeah. That's right. That's right. Yes, it is that time again. It's not time to take out the trash or clean up the latest and the not so greatest freshly squeezed out bullshit from pop culture and politics. It's time to watch some classic British sci-fi comedy and have a good old bloody laugh, you goddamn smegheads. Yeah. You're watching Will of the Fans. My name's Will. You know the drill. Everybody here's already been here before, so you know who they are. Let's get some intros underway and catch up with the time we lost. What's up, John?
Oh, not too much. And I assure you that is my actual real name. And it's not Judas. Yeah,
right.
Small spoiler, yeah. But yes, it has been, I got up kind of early today so I could watch it for the second time, as I do. And when I found out we were going to go a little bit later, I decided, fuck it, I'm going to go ahead and get extra clean. So I just went and took a shower. And then when I got back, I read that evidently someone's reporting that Microsoft is exiting the hardware market and going to go completely third party, which
I'm not even beginning to tell you. I've been predicting this for 10 years.
Right.
We even brought it up earlier on SNH. Like, I think even Leon said, like, he predicted it, and apparently we all told him he was full of shit, but no, we all agreed.
Yeah. No. I was saying this years ago when I was in college and they started doing for-pay network services. I said, well, ultimately, this is always going to be where it goes to. Consoles
are just too big for three people, or too tight a race for three parties. Every time a third party comes in, one of them has to bow out. Yeah, and Xbox lasted a long time. Good game. Well, not really. Not particularly good game.
Diminishing returns about that. You did better than we expected. How's there?
You did about as well as Sega. You lasted what, 3 generations? Congrats.
Right. Yeah. And
on the fourth one, you stacked it.
Which is kind of the hilarious thing because they are the spiritual successor to
they took Sega's spot
because they actually legitimately because they did the operating system for the Dreamcast, and then all of their properties got shunted over to Xbox. I'm pretty sure that there was a technology exchange there that actually did happen, so it only seems fit and
they drizzled in their first generation, did very well in their second, fucked up their third, and bowed out in the fourth.
That's the Sega story for you. So history repeats itself. And along those lines, also, some dude in Australia was trying to say it's not a 50% price increase. It's just $10. It's like, look, okay, maybe very locally in Australia, $10 isn't 50%.
Two things can be true at the same time, I must call my ex and laugh in her face. She betrayed PlayStation and went to Xbox during the 360 generation, and I told her she was a damn turncoat, and nothing's changed. So
with that said, though, I'm sure we'll get more into that in the coming weeks ahead, but nothing's going to truly be lost. Getting to see Microsoft, you fucking suck. With that said, though, I'm ready to do this. What do you got, Rhoda?
I mean, that's the first I've heard of that, so that's very, very interesting. I've not had an Xbox since the 360, so I don't give a crap. But it's interesting. That was the one generation. It was like when I'd first started work, so it's like the one generation where I've ever had every console.
You're the same age as me. I bought a PS3 when you bought an Xbox 360, so basically, yeah.
I had the PS3. I think
first console I ever bought myself, PS3.
My PS3, my ex-wife bought for me because I think she was trying to avoid, I think she felt guilty. She was probably fucking around at the time. I waited overnight to get my Wii and my 360. I was just able to get to work at Best Buy, and
Right. See, my mom bought me my Wii. It was the last console I had, but the PS3 was the first I bought myself. But anyway, it's Rhoda's intro.
Yeah.
We always do this. So please carry on, mate.
Yeah, I had a pretty crazy couple of days with still doing like super early shifts, but I had a surprise family visit in between the two of them, so I'm perhaps a little bit more flaky than I might normally be because I've not had much sleep. But I've got good news as well. I spoke to one of my managers today, and I've got just enough time to get home for this time next week. Well, an hour ago.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So I've been
any news on the Guardian?
Yeah, it hadn't sold, and I don't know.
Sorry.
I don't know if we just don't stock it on Sundays, or they don't actually have a Sunday edition, but there wasn't one there this morning. So
maybe the head office burned to the ground while nobody was there, and it'll take them years to rebuild. And by
maybe
that
point, measures these days,
and nobody noticed.
Yeah. Maybe they got arrested for communism. Who knows?
Yeah.
Oh no, actually, isn't that favorable now in UK?
Sadly, at the moment it is. Yes, in fact, we have the update there as well, don't we, Rhoda? We have the update that despite 2.75 million signatures on the petition, Keir Starmer and the government responded already and told people we're still going to do it
anyway.
Yeah.
It's still going up. It's 2.8 now, 2.8 million.
Yeah.
Now.
I don't want to put on a Guy Fawkes mask myself personally, but I wouldn't. I'd look the other way with an awful lot of Britons if somebody were to go full November the 5th on that one, But
yeah, scary times.
Talking about, I haven't a clue. It's all in Minecraft anyway.
But this is the episode I've been looking forward to most since we started doing Red Dwarf, because it's the series that I've seen the least, because I just couldn't find it when I was a kid. Right. I've seen like 1 to 4 and 6, 7, and 8 hundreds of times, but this is still quite fresh for me, so I really enjoyed watching it last night.
Yeah, I've had a blast watching the last 2 episodes, because they're the 2 episodes that I've seen the least. Like we've discussed many times, you didn't see Series 5 much. I saw plenty of Series 5, but these were the 2 episodes I never saw till I was already an adult, so I actually had to watch this week, because sometimes I don't even get time to watch, and I know I'm off by heart anyway, so it's pretty much easy. But this week I was like, if I don't watch, I'm not going to get the voices right. So I had to do it. So there we go. All right, let's roll on.
Is the clitoris of Red Dwarf, evidently.
You didn't mention it actually, but before we just quickly go on to discuss things. First of all, John, what the hell do you mean? And secondly, I think I know what you mean. And thirdly,
Rhoda said he had a hard time finding it, so it's just a joke.
Right. I thought you were saying it's the sweet spot.
Right.
But,
there is that too, but
right. Also, what did you think about Series 5 compared to everything so far? For me, it's a noticeable upgrade again.
Yeah, no, it's it's. I've only watched the first 2 episodes so far, so I will reserve full judgment until I see everything. But it kind of reminded me of the start of season 4, which we'll get into a little bit more. But I enjoyed it. Not going to say that I didn't, but it definitely kind of echoed some of the stuff that I've seen already. So I'm not saying that it was bad. It's just I was like, okay. I kind of feel like they're in the.
Oh yeah, they're probably the 2 weakest episodes of the whole series. To be fair, the first 2, which is a good thing because they're both great. But it gets better. It gets a violent kick up the arse in episode 3. Anyway, Helzo, you waited long enough, mate. How are you?
I'm doing well. Had a couple of nice days of streaming. Actually, today is the day that I'm going to stream the most ever since I've got back on YouTube. After this, in the evening, I have another show that we have to do on my channel from the network stuff, and it's gonna be all hosts and stuff like that. It's gonna be crazy. Other than that, just craziness around with work and everything, trying to keep some moniker of schedule. But one good thing, I used Infinitesimal on my boss.
Nice.
She's my team leader. She's from Lithuania, and I absolutely fucked with her mind. She was like, "What is that word?" Because I used it 3 times, and she could not understand it. I was like, "Yes, thank you, internet. Thank you, Will of the Fans. Thank you for connecting me with people who know such obscure words." It's amazing. I managed to boggle her mind a little bit, and that's a win on my end. Other than that, happy to be here. Watched Red Wolf today. Definitely feel a very very noticeable change of pace and style in those 2 episodes. I have to say I didn't enjoy them as much as the whole series 4. They were great episodes, but definitely not the best that I've seen so far.
I did prefer episode 1 more than episode 2, because episode 2 kind of reminded me of Judgment to some degree, but in a kind of reworked Justice.
Yeah, way around.
I think we'll unpack.
Yeah, but like I say, I'll get into that further detail when we're actually into it. But it was decent.
Right, awesome. Helzo, anything else to add, man?
No, just happy to be here, and let's get on.
All right, we'll get on with it. We won't waste any time. Obviously, guys, it's the same old drill. You know how it goes. Paul Thomas Ashworth definitely understands what I was about to say, because it's preempted me to the fucking trigger with 5 Grift Force memberships. Join today, ladies and gentlemen, for the princess.
There's one thing you better know, and that is I love all of y'all. Listen, can I explain something to you about being a daddy?
Don't try to frighten us with your devotion.
Daddy is the breadwinner. You dig what I'm saying? And if you don't win that bread, it just don't come around.
That's right.
Don't come around, baby, if you don't have the bread. Thank you so much. That is the new cycle beginning again. Obviously, we hit a crazy amount of memberships on the God, I can't remember. Was it what stream was it? Was it Hyperdrive time? It was Hyperdrive time on Friday, right?
Yeah.
And we ended up doing a very ridiculously long gaming stream afterwards. Both the princesses made appearances, and I ended up streaming for a total of about 7 hours.
It's the longest I've sat in this chair on a Friday in quite some time.
Yeah, I can't put it any better than that. Yeah, so fair enough. Guys, yes, thank you so much to Paul Thomas Ashworth for the grifted memberships. And yeah, please do send us your memberships, send us your super chats, let us know how you feel about everything. Get into it, and hopefully we'll all have lives worth living by the end of it, or grifts worth grifting. So there we go. We will start then. We might as well. It's episode 1.
I what? One last little bit. Like the stream, and not just like the stream. Sharing is caring, everybody. Get over there to X if you got, if you've got an account, and share the post, repost it yourself, do whatever you got to do wherever you're at. But, do the things.
Like the stream.
By all that you hold dear on this good earth, I bid you stand! Men of the West!
Indeed.
I always want to have a sword when that clip plays.
You always want to have a sword when that plays.
Yes.
Of course. You wish you had something to pull out, just anything. Doesn't matter. A can of Pepsi, for example. Chill of the can.
If something happens, I'll ride into battle with Lord of the Rings, like blasting in my ears. The music.
There's a part of a man's mind, and it's only men. But there is a part of a man's mind that will always find satisfaction in just the idea, of riding into battle with glorious music playing behind you. It's a good thing. It's wonderful. This is the reason women will never understand this. Like,
Hopefully, the reason I'm still a
like,
pedestrian, I would imagine, you know, because it's just
throwing
like,
your life away for honor and glory and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a masculine thing. We'll never be able to explain it
like I
either.
say, it's part of the reason I'm still a pedestrian. You just put on the headphones and you get into that goddamn destination, you know, hell or high water, you know, just do it.
Movie soundtracks sell for this exact reason. All right, we are in then. We have Red Dwarf Series 5, Episode 1. It's called Holoship. Now, this is a different kind of episode. It's a little bit like, I can see where John's mind is going. It's derived from sort of cinematic archetypes to an extent, but it's Rimmer instead of Crichton who's getting the lessons in morality this time. But the thing is, it hits different for me because it's Rimmer.
Yeah.
Instead of Crichton. Like, everyone can understand that Crichton would be open to learning the higher concepts of morality that humans are privy to. Rimmer actively despises them and goes out of his way to avoid them at all costs.
I did
only
appreciate
to get punched in the face by them later.
Yeah, I did appreciate that Rimmer got laid. Good for him. You know, I'm glad he got.
Rimmer gets more pussy than anyone in the run of this show.
Right. But nonetheless, I'm still happy for, you know, that he's having a better experience after life than in the living years. And it was kind of an interesting, because right at the beginning, you know, his last little statement that he says is echoed right from the beginning, which it reminded me of the whole thing with the Casablanca, you know.
It's like that except that Crichton actively aspires to be able to do the things that he has observed in Casablanca, whereas Rimmer dismisses any kind of self-sacrifice as being, what does he call it? You know what? We'll get to it. But ultimately ends up experiencing the exact same fucking thing in the episode, and it's a little bit powerful. But it depends on how open you are to the idea, because of course it is Rimmer, which means to go right back to who he was beforehand afterwards.
He handles it as best as Rimmer possibly can, but there is a measure of self-loathing in his ability to actually have human qualities for a moment.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that he does, by the end of this episode, actually sacrifice something voluntarily for someone else, which is a first for Rimmer. You know, that as far as we're aware, anyway, he's never actually done anything really for someone else.
Right.
Not
at his own detriment. Yeah.
Not that he didn't in some other way need to or was feeling forced into. Like he's literally gives up something.
There was nothing mutually beneficial in him doing this.
Right.
Yeah, but if he hadn't done it, he would have happiness. And that's not something he can
I mean, it's the catch. It's not catch-22. It's like you're fucked either way kind of situation.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, okay, so there's someone you really love or have feelings for versus the thing that you want.
Right.
And you have to choose, and you can only have one. No matter what, you can only have one.
Yeah, and he was guaranteed more sex by just treating this woman as disposable. The one who was
but I think that in his case it wasn't that he loved her, but it was that whole thing since better than life, that he cannot experience happiness and something will always impede him.
That's interesting.
And those feelings that would things that would impede him from having happiness and a lot of sex in a loveless ship that only has sex twice a day, and he cannot be rejected on that ship because it's impolite to reject him. And he's also in a hologram ship instead of being somewhere that he is like without a body and stuff like that.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd agree with
this
that.
Is part of him not being able to have happiness, and something from himself will always keep him from having happiness.
Right. But the thing keeping him from happiness in this instance is, you know, some level of of actual care and devotion to someone, you know. And that's because I mean, he's still not going to be happy, but there's no way that he ever could have been happy, because he would have, you know, when he realized that the person that was giving him the opportunity to have, you know, this thing that he'd been wanting was somebody who he actually had a connection with. Now, is he going to eventually fuck something like that up? Possibly, but
I mean, I think she had more of a connection than he had.
Right.
It's almost bafflingly fast. Sorry.
Yeah, my feelings are that these feelings that he supposedly had existed only to make him not choose the Holoship, and then they disappear because they're the way his mind would fuck him over to not having happiness.
Right,
They weren't
right.
real.
And there's been other instances, and there will be other instances where Rimmer actively goes against the wishes of the crew, because he tells them they are just trying to shame him into doing the right thing, and so he deliberately does the opposite. And we'll see that in other episodes coming up. But I do feel that we are kind of jumping the gun a little bit here before some of the audience have any idea what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So if it's cool with you, I think
By
we
all
should
means.
probably
Indeed.
start
Get
actually
into it.
watching,
I
going through the episode.
My analysis for the end.
Yeah, exactly. So we start with Holoship. Obviously, this is the first one. They're all hunkered down. They're in Starbug for some reason. I think they just started to lean more into Starbug as the vessel that they want to be in, because it's small, it's cramped, it's versatile. You can do a lot more with it. It makes them look weaker too, if they don't have a city-sized spaceship at their disposal all the time. So they start leaning more into Starbug, and then by Series 6, they get rid of Red Dwarf entirely for like 2 seasons. So as will become much more normal soon, they're just sitting on crates watching a movie. And Rimmer, obviously, as you can see from the moment it begins, is looking absolutely disgusted with everything he's seeing. 1 second, we've got a super chat from Jeremiah Norris. Says, Will should like the games I posted in the Discord channel. Triforce. Well, I will check that out very soon, my friend. Thank you very much for that, and for, of course, the $5. I'll take a look in a moment.
I think the thing with like the heavier reliance on Starbug is kind of like a plot device, really, to, you know, kind of more explain why the 4 of them are all together in the same space all the time, when clearly some of them don't like each other, and it's just like
that's a good point too. Wow,
yeah,
actually,
you know,
he's
like
posted
why
a lot
don't
of
you
games.
just run away to another quarters and live your own life or something? Whereas if they're all on some kind of mission on Starbug, they need to be in each other's company and they need to interact.
Right. Also activates the space a little bit more, makes the episode somewhat more kinetic, like they're actively, you know, doing something rather than just continuing in the open expanse of the ship, just day by day. Not much is changing, you know, because it feels like they're on an away mission, because they end up going back to Red Dwarf, you know, in these episodes.
Right. And to answer Jeremiah's super chat, I'm just having a look in the game chat. He's posted like basically all the Zelda games, and then this obscure Mickey Mouse game at the end, Japanese too. Very interesting, actually. This is cool. I'm gonna make a lot of use out of this artwork, so thank you very much for that, for posting it all, because now basically you've just given me a treasure trove of artwork that I can use at my disposal for other means. So thank you very much. Appreciate you indeed. And yeah, cheers. Keep them coming, man. So Rimmer's disgusted. They're watching a movie. There's a man and a woman talking. There's the same piece of sort of cinematic golden age Hollywood soundtrack music that you've heard in probably about a dozen TV shows in your life, where it's all bah, 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 bah. At the end. It's just, everyone's heard it before. The man's like, oh, Marnie. It's very similar to when Lister was watching a movie at the beginning of Confidence and Paranoia, getting sick while he was doing it, except he was watching a soap opera. This is portrayed as, you know, the climax of a movie like Casablanca, for example. And some morality to it, but we don't get to see the characters. We're just hearing them. As we pan across the characters, we get to see, let's try and if we can go through it. Yeah, Crichton's looking quite sad. Lister is in tears. The cat is, sort of
waking up,
barely awake, barely paying attention, and Rimmer is absolutely fucking disgusted by everything he says, cringing at what it is. The woman on the screen is saying, "Oh, my darling, this isn't a time for sadness. It's a time for joy, for laughter. Whatever this crazy old world throws at us now, it doesn't matter. None of it. Marnie, we can never be together again," he says. She says, "Oh, we're wrong. We'll always be together. It's just that we'll also be apart." And that's why Rimmer is cringing, which of course is funny because he'll say almost the same thing by the end of the episode. So anyway, we get to the end. Lister's chewing his fucking hair. Lister's such a pansy. Crichton's like, "Wasn't that so beautiful?" "Oh, well recommended, sir. Do you think they'll ever get back together again?" Lister says, "I don't know." He goes, "Pardon?" And he goes, "I don't know." He goes, "Wasn't it just wonderful though, sir, the way he sacrificed his career, his dreams, everything for the woman he loved?" And Rimmer says, "I thought it was the worst pile of blubbery schoolgirl mush I've ever been compelled to endure. I consider it an insult to my backside that I was forced to sit here growing carbuncles through such putrid adolescent slush." And to be fair, I've said the same kind of thing before about chick flicks, so I can't exactly get on him about it. But I do also feel that Rimmer has this sort of pathological need to appear masculine, when in fact he's kind of a wuss. Right. He's not an alpha, and he knows it, and he overcompensates constantly. And we know he does that with hierarchical things, accolades, medals, etc. But this is just straight masculinity. He's like literally, "Oh, this is shit. This is a chick flick,"
Yeah, I think Rimmer has some degree of self-hypnosis going on, trying to keep himself locked in, a certain kind
to
of
his character.
Yeah. Because he obviously doesn't want to appear to be weak, and that's, like I say, I'll get into the further analysis of this once we get to the end. Because this episode, though, does actually kind of bring a three-dimensionality to Rimmer that
it does, yeah.
That probably hasn't really been touched on as much as with all the lore, with all the adventures and all the antics. You see a side of him that he keeps well.
He doesn't know he has even.
Right.
Yeah. Like he's not
It's
even.
funny that you say that because the next episode also touches on that and on those exact things, even for a brief moment. But...
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is a lot in the next episode about like judging yourself and figuring out who you really are and having to answer to yourself, and of course all of these kinds of things. This is why Rimmer is obviously the best character in Red Dwarf. Although to be fair, they get on great without him for a few episodes in series 7. But he's one of TV's greatest characters ever. This is a man who is fucking psychologically broken by his own, and he does nothing to stop it, and he even helps it constantly by reinforcing these stupid ideas that don't fit him whatsoever and trying to force himself into a paradigm that doesn't suit him.
Right.
He is miserable, permanently miserable, and will never change or grow out of it. Yeah. And I mean, literally, I was just watching series 11 the other day for fun, and he's no different. Like, he does not grow. Like, he grows a little. Everyone grows a little in the show. But another thing that I love about Red Dwarf is how they understand that human growth isn't as wild and overpowered as it is often in movies, where a character will 180-degree turn on their entire personality and belief system in the course of an hour and a half. Where this is like, no, there's just a little nudge in the right direction every now and then, but basically you're not going to change that much once you hit a certain age. And that's Rimmer.
Yeah, and since since I am evidently the Rimmer of the panel, as the audience decided,
I don't understand that at all.
It's all right. It's all right.
You're so not Rimmer at all.
But the point I'm getting at is, there was a point in my life where I had to say to myself, if you're not willing to wear a button-down shirt and a tie to improve your situation, then you have no reason to complain about whatever. That was some level of growth. Of course, now 5 years removed from that job, you know, now it's all I can do to even actually put on legitimate pants. You know, so, you know,
I mean, I used to wear a suit to work,
right?
And and now I wear shorts.
Right. But that's kind of the
Everything.
thing is there even in that there's some level of growth where it's like, you know, like because I'd kind of gotten to this certain kind of level, and then it's like, well, my life isn't that anymore. I could sit here and try to cling on to it and try to pretend, but that's not.
Right.
You know, situations change, so you have to learn how to ebb and flow, and you know, just go with the situation as it is. And that's Rimmer's probably biggest conceit, is that he thinks that he has more control over life and reality.
He thinks he's got himself figured out much more than it turns out he does. Because for all we've seen of him and the little moments of growth he's had, this is a much more violent shove in the direction of nobility than we'll probably ever see from him again. Actually, until Series 7, which Rhoda will know what I'm talking about, which is the reason he leaves the show for a little while. Like, Rimmer has never sacrificed anything for someone else. And so it is a constant flow. When you've seen the whole series, you watch it again like a second time with the context of what is at the beginning and what's at the end. It will actually begin to make more sense, like as he starts to lurch more into a human direction, than you know, just being a monstrous sociopathic climber. But anyway, at the moment we are very much dealing with Rimmer as he is, and he despises
and the
this.
suit analogy really works there as well. It's like Rimmer's the kind of guy who judges success by the fact that he gets to wear a suit to work, whereas Lister more judges success by the fact he doesn't have to wear a suit to work.
Yeah, that's why they're opposites. Lister has got less tidy as the show has gone on. He used to at least wear his Red Dwarf shirt. Now he just dresses in these leather jackets and cut up jeans and stuff, and his jackets are covered in like biker pins and all that other stuff. Whereas Rimmer, if you can assume that he has some agency in changing his clothes, because now he's gone from green to red, and then later he'll go from red to blue, but only when he gets a tech upgrade. You know, his suits are always designed to be like vaguely militaristic and noble looking. This sort of tunic design of his jacket.
This one's too, because it's even got a little bit of iridescence for more.
Yeah, they started using this. So this is the cursed series, by the way, series 5 of Red Dwarf, because they lost the director, Ed By, who had directed every episode so far, and they brought in this lady who's a very good director, very competent director, but she was very new, and she had a lot of trouble directing series 5.
Right.
And eventually left, not like in a horrible way, but just sort of bowed out gracefully about halfway through, which led Rob Grant and Doug Naylor, the creators, to take over as directors. And to date, Naylor is still the director.
Right.
Rob Grant leaves the series after like series 6, I believe. And then it's just Naylor after that. And they fell out completely, but it doesn't really seem to have made much difference. Clearly Naylor was the talent anyway, but
some people just aren't skilled for certain kind of things. I know
exactly.
But
one of the good choices that the director and the costume designer made was to give Rimmer, because he's a hologram, to answer Jeremiah's question, by the way, that's what the H is, obviously. And I saw you already did, Rhoda, but he's a hologram. He's dead. He's brought back to life to keep Lister from going insane. Although at this point, I think he probably doesn't need to be around anymore, because he's got the cat and he's got Crichton, and he likes both of them, and they could probably be fine. But for some reason, Lister, being sentimental and whatever, can't quite stand to see Rimmer go, even though he hates him and they hate each other. But yeah, so they gave him the red suit, but they also gave him this fabric that shines a little green as it goes on. And they keep that motif going, by the way. Every time he gets a different colored outfit, it has a reflective glimmer of the previous color. So his previous series, he was dressed in green. Now he's dressed in red that shimmers green. And then he'll get blue that shimmers red.
Right. Well,
And it
the
goes
other
on like
the other
that.
thing that's nice too about the iridescence is it also does kind of look, when you look at a a hologram, holographic little tchotchkes and whatnot, they do kind of have that prismatic effect. So
Exactly.
it does help with that.
Anyway, it turns out we have a newbie in our midst for Red Dwarf, a much loved and respected newbie. So let's get on with the episode.
Indeed.
So Rimmer's vomitization central about, to borrow one of his words, about this sappy crap that he's having to watch. He says, Crichton says, "Didn't you find it uplifting?" He says, "It wasn't in the least bit uplifting. It was totally unbelievable. Why would he give up everything for a woman he's never going to see again?" And Crichton says, "Well, because she loved him, sir. He would have that forever." And he asks Lister, "Isn't that right?" And Lister just blows his nose on his sleeve. Because Lister is still a massive, massive slob. The cat says, "Personally, I thought it started well, but fell apart." And by the way, for Norris's benefit, this is a cat.
Yes.
They're 3 million years in the future, and this creature evolved from a cat.
He is a feline sapien.
Yeah, felis sapien. The humanoids that evolved from cats instead of monkeys.
Because evolution.
And a lot of it comes out in his incredibly vain, vacuous, and selfish personality, as you will begin to see soon. It says, "Personally, I thought it started well, but fell apart. All that stuff with the ducks getting into trouble, that was great. But then it all went black and white, and I fell asleep." Crichton says, "But sir, that was the cartoon before the main feature." Anyway, Holly jumps in, the computer. She's here. She says, "Hang on, chaps, we've got a blip. Quadrant 4, sector 492. Crichton goes to deal with it. Rimmer's still going on about the movie. He says, "Those kind of films really irritate me. Just not realistic. There isn't a man in the universe who wouldn't have taken the job, and to hell with the woman. Total baloney." And Lister says, "Rimmer, you said that about King of Kings, the story of Jesus." And he goes, "Well, it's true. A simple carpenter's son who learns how to do magic tricks like that and doesn't go into show business. Do any of us believe that, even for a second? Because he was supposed to be the son of God." And he goes, "And when he was carrying that cross up the hill, any normal realistic bloke would have mule kicked the guy on the left, clobbered the one on the right, and been over that green hill and far away before you could say Pontius Pilate." But of course, remembering that Rimmer is a congenital coward who would definitely not have done that himself. So
yeah.
Wouldn't have been able to even drag the cross. He just would have.
Yeah, exactly. He goes, "Why?" Lister says, "Why do I feel you somehow missed the point? Like, I mean, whether you believe in that stuff or not, it's about a dude who sacrifices his life for love." He goes, "Not realistic, as if." He goes, "You've got no soul, man, no soul." So anyway, they turn out to have encountered another vessel. Impact in 37 seconds. Holly says, "Plotting random invasion course." Cat says, "What? Am I the only sane one here? Why don't we drop the defensive shields?" Crichton says, and it's the first one of these jokes that will, well, it's the second one really, but it's the first proper one that's on form, and there'll be a lot of these. There's 2 in just this episode. Crichton says, "A superlative suggestion, sir, with just 2 minor flaws. 1, we don't have any defensive shields, and 2, we don't have any defensive shields." Now, I realize that technically speaking, that's only 1 flaw, but it was such a big one, I thought it was worth mentioning twice.
Savage.
The cat says, "Good point, well made." There we go. So anyway, this light blue thing just flashes through the cockpit into the adjoining room and turns into a collection of particles, and Rimmer walks into it and he's just completely mesmerized by it. He says, "It's incredible, it's beautiful." Crichton says, "It's got no mass, no velocity, no scale at all the readings are 0.
Do you think Rimmer sees something different than the rest of them?
Yes, absolutely.
Him being fascinated by lights.
Well, do we ever even get a look at the ship? Oh yes,
you look through it.
We do, but
Here
no,
it is.
because it is just the lights. And he's incredible. It's just lights.
So that's it. The lights go straight to Rimmer because he's a hologram, and then they zoom out again, and a ship appears that is literally a hologram. The whole ship is a hologram, just like Rimmer. And so there we go. So suddenly we discover that oh no, wait, there it is. Boom. And zip, Crichton shouts, "They've taken Mr. Rimmer, sir! They've taken Mr. Rimmer!" The cat shouts,
Cat without a beat.
Cat goes, "Quick, let's get out of here before they bring him back."
that level of pure hate is to be admired.
Once again, no one hates Rimmer more than the cat.
Yep.
And so Rimmer materializes in this beautiful, well, better look in the Red Dwarf anyway.
Absolutely.
Bright, white-ish, off-white ship, and in walks Jane Horrocks, who was at one point considered quite a prestigious British actress. So, Red Dwarf now getting a bit of an upgrade in terms of its guest stars. People with names are appearing in the show now. So there we go. She walks in and she's got this sort of weird, sort of almost regal accent. But it's totally fake because she doesn't actually talk like this. It's obviously a fake accent, but she talks like that. She says, "I hope we didn't startle you." Her name is Nirvana Crane. And she shakes his hand. And he says, "Oh, you touched me. I can touch. How is this possible?" She says, "This entire ship, its crew, and everything on it is a computer generation." He says, "You're all holograms, even the ship." She says, "Indeed," and gives him a glass of hologrammatic wine, I suppose. Says "Salut," and he says "Salut." So immediately the fact she's speaking French and everything to him, he's automatically mesmerized by this obvious snobbery that's going on around him. This is Rimmer's dream come true. It's prestige without the fucking need to have worked for it effectively.
It's better than life, you could say.
It is. This is better than Rimmer's imagination of better than life.
Yeah.
So he says, "How big's the crew?" She says, "Just under 2,000. All top flight personnel." And goes, "Ooh, what a ship." They land at floor 3,125, sports and sexual recreation. And he goes, "Sports and what?" She goes, "Sex." "What, don't you have a sex deck on your ship?" He goes, "No." She goes, "Well, what do you do when you want to have sex?" Or actually, she goes, "What do you do when you want to have sex?" He goes, "Well, we go for runs, watch gardening programs on the ship's vid." She goes, "That's very bad for you. Don't you ever feel tense or frustrated?" And he says, "Well, it's got worse these last 10 years or so. I can't deny it." She's extraordinary. It's quite different here. In fact, it's a ship regulation that we all have sexual congress at least twice a day. It's a health rule. He goes, "Twice a day. That's more than some people manage in a lifetime." Now, of course, depending on your law, Rimmer has only ever had sex with 1 or 2 people. If we go from the law from series 3 onwards, then it would be Yvonne Magruder and the girl in his brother's Bentley. And that's it. Right. But if you go from series 2 and before, he only once. So, more than some people manage in a lifetime, yes. And then she looks at him a bit and he goes, "Oh, I mean sad, lonely people." But what happens if you don't have a partner? She says, "If you don't have a partner," he goes, "Well, I mean some people, sad, lonely people, find that people just aren't attracted to them in that kind of way." She says, "I don't understand. Here it is considered the height of bad manners to refuse an offer of sexual coupling." He says, "Well,"
Rimmer just
"people have always complimented me on my good manners."
Right.
And once again, he says, "What a ship." She says, "We discarded the concept." And by the way, this is about as leftist advocacy as you'll possibly get from Red Dwarf as a show, because we've established quite early on that the guys writing it, whichever way they might vote, really is irrelevant. All the lessons that they teach you is that obsessing over the disconnection from family, the ignorance of traditional family values and all of those sorts of things is terrible and will lead you only to doom and despair in Red Dwarf. as we've discovered. I mean, when they got polymorphed, Rimmer turned into the ultimate leftist, and that was meant to be played off as a terrible, terrible thing. He became a smelly hippie bastard, you know, who wants to put up signs and picket people and stuff. So certainly this ship and it is not meant to be like, as much as Rimmer loves it, you as the audience are supposed to see it as something alien and weird, right?
Right.
I don't think, by the way, that before. I don't think that before people were actually even thinking about it that way.
No,
I mean,
course
before
it just happens
right
that
politics have infiltrated everything, and everyone is now kind of not forced, but automatically thinks about that on every show.
I mean, this is the thing, that let's not ignore the Overton window shifting. Most people who work in television are left wing, liberal. And this is a fairly liberal show, right? But it's from a time when liberal values and family values were still very much married to each other.
Liberal didn't mean what it means now.
It didn't mean rid yourself of humanity.
Right.
Yeah.
I also I kind of read this episode, given the time that would have come out, seems to be influenced by Star Trek: Next Generation, to some degree.
Definitely.
The ship design, the tone.
This was
Next Generation.
This was 1992, so it would have been about the time. Would have been about the time when Patrick Stewart picked up the phone to call his lawyer because he thought someone was doing a rip-off of Star Trek: The Next Generation, and then something made him laugh. And then he realized he wasn't watching a rip-off; he was watching a parody. You know? And that thus went on in 1998 or whatever or 7 to present Red Dwarf Night on BBC Two. So there we go. Yeah, he was a big fan. So yeah, basically, so she says, excuse me, where am I? She says, we discarded the concept of family in the 25th century when scientists finally proved that all our hang-ups and neuroses are caused by our parents. Perfect music to Rimmer's ears, right? He blames everything on his fucking parents. He says, I knew it. She says, families are disastrous for your mental health, and so are relationships. These are outmoded concepts for us. He goes, but what about love? Which is a bit of a strange line for Rimmer. Because Rimmer, like, you wouldn't expect him to be an advocate, but he must, of course, still be aware that people do
his own comment. I think it was in series 1, might have been in series 2. I think it was series 1. Was like, love is a device invented by bank managers.
Yeah, yeah, and they say a similar thing repeatedly in this episode as well.
But
go on.
Well, I was gonna say, in a weird way, like, this is the subtlety that's starting to come through, because, like I say, there is a lot about Rimmer's three-dimensionality as actually having human qualities that bubble up to the surface in this episode specifically. He does everything he always can, I believe, to keep them as guarded as possible. But you know, there's still that little boy in there who just wants to actually be accepted. Ultimately, you know, and
of course.
So yeah, I think when he's actually directly challenged with these things, you do actually see some aspect of his humanity. It's just whenever
you get it in
the mask slips, you know.
You get it in Thanks for the Memory as well, in series 2, when he's talking about how much he would give to have loved and been loved.
Right.
And then he sings I'm a Little Lamb, you know. So you know, Rimmer has a heart. It's just wrapped in thorns, you know, rows and rows of thorns and broken glass and barbed wire and fire and bear mace.
I would dare say that is you know, a survivalistic defense mechanism, because of all of the loss and just you know, unrequited feelings of companionship and friendship and everything. You know, at a certain point in time, you just start convincing yourself that, you know, you're beyond all those things. But somewhere deep down, you know, you wouldn't have that kind of reactionary conceit if it wasn't an overreaction.
Oh yeah. So he asks her, do people not fall in love? Surely people still fall in love. She says, we have developed beyond love, Mr. Rimmer. That is a short-term hormonal distraction, which interferes with the pure pursuit of personal advancement. We are holograms. There's no risk of disease or pregnancy. That is why in our society, we believe only in sex. Constant, guilt-free sex. And for some reason she says it exactly that way. As if she's already wide as fuck and drowning in her own moisture for him. But I guess that's just the way they are. I guess the civilization. Wouldn't sex become incredibly mundane though? But
well, that's why a new partner might actually seem somewhat exciting.
Yeah. And
it's
outside,
gonna leave you a lot of room to just think of more ways to have sex.
You might be a hologram, and you might, in this environment, still be able to have physical contact. And you might even have reduced sex down to complete mundanity. But it's still going to be exciting if a new guy shows up,
right?
Right, or a new girl,
Which
anyway,
is
whatever.
Something that we're gonna see.
Now we're going to get one of the best scenes. I fucking love this scene. And I always forget it exists, and it's definitely I'd say it's a tier shifter for me, because it's so funny. We are back on Red Dwarf, and basically everyone is pitying Rimmer, or at least Crichton is. He says, "I fear he's in great danger," which of course is hilarious considering that he's just been propositioned on a ship of his dreams. Holly says she's trying to get them to handshake, but they're not responding on any frequency. Kat says, well, I say, let's break out the laser cannons, give them both barrels. And Crichton says, an adroit suggestion, sir, with just 2 minor drawbacks. He goes, okay, forget it. Lister says, there's nothing to shoot at. Look at the readouts, 0 mass. Of course, a holoship. The project was in its initial phase when Crichton left the solar system. Ships of no mass or volume able to travel as super light particles, tachyons, through wormholes and stargates crewed by holograms of great genius and bravery. Yeah, everyone on there's got an IQ of at least 180 or something. Which actually, I don't see that as, well, I mean, no. The last time I took an IQ test, my IQ was like 140. And I doubt it'll ever get any higher than that. But they're in the 200 range when they get to like the upper levels, which is, I don't think anyone besides maybe Einstein or someone like that has ever been recorded with an IQ that high. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I find it interesting about
Da
this
Vinci,
part of
I
the
think,
scene.
was like presumed.
Maybe Da Vinci too. Yeah, definite genius. But I mean, we're talking super genius. Like,
Yeah,
capable.
I mean, I think Da Vinci, if he was recalled, like he was speculated to have probably the highest possible
IQ ever.
Because, like, thinking of a working helicopter in the 16th century or something,
Or the flying machine thing, yeah.
which fucking works. Like,
I mean,
yeah.
in Assassin's Creed, at least, it definitely works. You have to use it for one particular moment.
I think Mythbusters had an episode. No, there was actually a specific show about his creations that. Yeah. So, anyways.
Yeah, he developed 2, didn't he? He drew the designs for 2 different flying machines. There was one that was a bit like an airplane with kind of bat
I don't know
wings.
about the airplane. I know about the
And there
one
was the
cylindrical,
one
yeah,
that was the
also a tank,
kind of auto gyro,
like a helicopter, but one big sort of spiral shaped blade.
Exactly, yeah, like a spiral going up and
yeah.
Nikola Tesla could think in
Tesla,
3 dimension as well, and actually break things down in his mind on the mechanization,
right?
That kind of stuff.
Most people agree. I've just googled it that Da Vinci's IQ was in the 180 to 220 range.
Yeah,
which is actually not like it. There's a lot of people I know who have IQs around sort of 125 to 145. You know that there's a leap in not that many numbers, but then I suppose actually it does make sense because they say that the average IQ of most people, like the whole species combined, and that means all countries and all cultures, is about 70 to 90, which is pretty damn depressing to think about, actually.
Well, I mean, we live in a we live in a stunted world with most people are just riding by passive with all of their devices, their key buttons, and it's
because IQ isn't just thinking power; it also includes accumulated knowledge and pattern recognition.
But I think like between let's say a 90 to 110 and 110 to 120, there's a huge difference between both, because I think above 110, I think it kind of makes you be able to have a little bit of a different analytical thinking to a lot of situations, and it's like only 10 points, but the difference is huge.
I mean, like I said, I got 140, and I was quite baffled by that, but it was all pattern recognition, really. So that's probably the only thing I'm good at. I'm also incredibly absent-minded, and
which
thoughtless.
is also in tests is also a sign of a high IQ, by the way.
My wife yells at me constantly for never being in the moment, always thinking about like tomorrow, 10 years from now.
Yeah,
maybe that's a trait. I don't really know. I'm not trying to show off or anything, by the way. I'm just that's the truth. So
yeah, I couldn't tell you the numbers on any of that kind of stuff because it never really. But I was in gifted programs growing up for pattern and all that kind of stuff, and it's just I don't know. I of course
you definitely have all the traits of an overthinker, same as me.
Yeah, I kind of rebelled against it though at a certain point in time. I was just like, fuck
so did
this.
I started drinking.
Yeah.
And for a while I smoked weed, just literally to shut my brain up so I could sleep. But I'm talking, of course, about this.
There we go.
Anyway, let's crack on with the episode. These guys are vastly more intelligent than us. Sorry, Rob.
Sorry. The difference between the two very similar exchanges between Crichton and the cat. It's like the first one, the cat's like, "Oh, good point, well made," and then the second time, he won't even let Crichton finish. He said like, "Okay."
Yeah,
and that's the.
Well, you don't need the punchline, do you?
Yeah. It's great as a callback.
I'm just thinking from the cat's point of view. Perhaps it was off screen, and Crichton is making those kind of lines to him like constantly, and he's just getting pissed off.
I think that's what we're supposed to interpret.
Yeah,
is that
because
he makes
it's only
these
the
suggestions.
second time that he said it in the episode, and the cat already absolutely completely has enough.
Oh, I 100% believe that he says it in the first instance of the joke in this episode, and when he says there are two problems, they are both the same problem, but it's such a bad problem he mentions it twice. And so when he says there are two problems this time, the cat knows full well this is going to be one of those times where he's bafflingly wrong again, so there we go. Anyway, so we discover obviously that they are a holo ship. Crichton says, I understand why they didn't bother with a handshake. Holo crews are legendarily arrogant. They despise stupidity wherever they see it, and they see it everywhere. Right on cue, this guy, Binks, appears. I can't think who he is either, but he's another quite well-known British actor of the era that they were lucky to get, I think. Appears on Starbug, and he shouts into his Star Trek style communicator. He shouts, "Binks to enlightenment have arrived on the derelict." That's a fucking insult, right? Goes, "Confirm initial speculation. There is absolutely nothing of any value or intrigue here. It's one of the old Class 2 ship-to-surface vessels. The very model, in fact, that was withdrawn due to major flight design flaws. Crew 3 passes along the crew members who are now standing in line in front of him. Says 1 series 4000, although it's supposed to be 3000, but that changes from time to time as well. Mechanoid, almost burnt out. Give it maybe 3 years. Nothing of salvageable value." Crichton looks very upset. Goes, Felis sapiens, bred from the domestic house cat and about half as smart. There's no value in future study of this species. What have we here? A human being, or a very close approximation. Chronological
That's a
age.
reference to, sorry, that's a reference to a previous episode where They couldn't even figure out if he was actually human. I think it was in the prison or where. No, it was
it's
with
Hudson. Hudson, the
with
replacement, the replacement mechanoid for
yes,
oh yeah,
barely
human,
registers as human.
What the hell? Yeah. Decides that he is a target because he's just barely human. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, all of these creatures, these technologies, these aliens, these robots that they're not aliens, but these people that they encounter are from the future between the 23rd century when Red Dwarf begins and the 3 million year gap that they're in now. So they will all have come out of like the 25th to the 40th century before apparently we all disappeared. So yeah, by their reckoning, Lister would be like Galileo era to us, you know. Okay, so he says, yes, a human being or a very close approximation, chronological age, mid-20s, physical age, 47. It says grossly overweight. Grossly overweight. This one gets me. Unnecessarily ugly. As if he had a choice, you know. Like, did you need to be this ugly?
It's a good thing Ryan isn't on the show right now because he would be getting just.
Ryan refused to watch Red Dwarf.
I know.
You know, silly bastard. Anyway, it's all right. We love you, Ryan. It says grossly overweight, unnecessarily ugly. Otherwise, would recommend it for the museum. Apart from that, no value or interest. And while Binks continues to talk, Lister does probably the coolest thing that Lister has ever done at this point. Grabs a cigarette packet, pulls out a single fag, and puts it to his mouth like the communicator to do an impression. He goes, Lister to Red Dwarf. We have in our midst a complete smeg pot. Brains in the anal region, chin absent, presumed missing. By the way, Lister's much cleverer than you think he is. Genitalia, small and inoffensive, of no value or interest. To which Binks now feels challenged. He goes, Binks to enlightenment, evidence of primitive humor. The human has knowledge of irony, satire, and imitation. With patient tuition, could maybe master simple tasks. Listed to Red Dwarf, displays evidence of spoiling for a rumble. Seems unable to grasp simple threats. With careful pummeling, could possibly be sucking tomorrow's lunch through a straw. Binks to enlightenment. The human is under the delusion that he is somehow able to bestow physical violence to a hologram. Lister to Red Dwarf. The intruder seems to be blissfully unaware that we have a rather sturdy hollow whip in the munitions cabinet. Unless he wants his derriere minced like burger meat, he'd better be history in 2 seconds flat. And then he eats the cigarette.
Yeah, because he like pulls it and it's like halfway in his mouth.
Immediately eats a cigarette. Do you know how sick that will make you?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure.
Absolute.
Why? I'm sure he didn't do that.
Know?
I don't believe that was in the script. Like,
no,
I can't believe that.
Have you not seen the outtake?
It is in the script, but no, I've never seen the outtake for that. No.
Oh, well, after he eats the cigarette,
I bet he's
Craig spits it out. Why did I do that?
I think he probably went to just lip it, but he ends up biting into it and he just fucking just goes with it because
he was so in the moment.
He can't ruin the tape.
There we go.
Otherwise,
Let me just check. Did we get any super chats yet? Besides the last one. Oh no, not yet. All right. Hey guys, help us fill up the bar. Help me keep this show justifiable. Fill the bar. Yeah. He eats the cigarette, which is a very interesting choice of acting. I think it's just like to show toughness, but also I 100% believe Lister would do that.
Oh yeah.
Like maybe he just thinks that the stimulant will help him in the fight that's to come, even though he's bluffing. I don't get it, because they don't have a fucking hollow whip. But anyway, he eats the cigarette, pulls off his jacket and whoa, where have I gone? Pulls off his jacket and his other jacket and his hat and gets ready to well, and approaches him to box as Binks disappears. So honestly, I think that scene a great unsung piece of beautiful Red Dwarf style dialogue. You know, he really and Lister's smart as fuck as well. Like again, Lister's much more intelligent than people think he is. He's just lazy, and so you know when he's able to go toe to toe with this evolved life form, it just cracks me up. I really do think that's a great scene. Anyway, here we are then, and we've arrived on the bridge, and they're all doing this, which I suppose is supposed, and it's like that. It's an H, yes, exactly. Yeah, it's an H thing. Too sweet, but yes. There we go. Anyway, they arrive on the bridge, and she says, Mr. Rimmer from the mining ship Red Dwarf, and this is the captain. Captain, what's his name? Fuck. His name is Captain Hercule Platini, IQ 212. And it does that. And he's extremely vain. You can tell because he's like touching his hair and checking himself out in reflections and stuff. He goes, "Oh my word, it's one of the old Class 1 holograms. I didn't realize you guys were still around. Captain Hercule Platini, IQ 212, number 1. And number 1 shows up, and I can't think who she is that plays this woman, but she's also a well-known British actress. She says, and she's obviously for no reason Russian, so she's like, Captain Natalia Pushkin, IQ 201, you know? And then number 2, Commander Randy Navarro, IQ 194. He says, second technician Arnold Rimmer, IQ unknown. Captain, this is a magnificent ship. So it should be, Mr. Rimmer. After all, it was designed to carry the holomatic cream of the Space Corps. Every crew member is the top gun in his or her field. This is a ship, Mr. Rimmer, of superhumans.
Yeah, and it is at this point in time where they go through and they start listing off their positions based on IQ. That I was like, all right, so the woman that is interested in Rimmer, she's their counselor Troy. She's the closest thing they have to an empath, I would say. She's probably
something like that. Well, I mean, you could infer even that she's the least intelligent person.
Right. Well, that's what I mean by she
by quite a long margin.
Right, but she feels more than she thinks, and so that's why she is, the hostess, as it were, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. I've gone too far. Sorry. So Rimmer basically immediately petitions to join the ship. The captain tells him, "You're not an officer." And he says, "Captain, I've been in effective command of Red Dwarf now for nearly 4 years." So there's your timeline for us, because we've been speculating about that for a while, and it's actually less time than we thought.
Right.
By the way, Jeremiah Norris for $5, you legend, says, "Eats a cigarette. Is he us or US?"
US.
Because if he'd be a Brit if he was eating a British word that's being blocked from YouTube for the same thing. Right. Yes, he is a Liverpudlian. He's a Scouser, a space Scouser, if you like, from the 23rd century. Rimmer is a space wannabe snob, also from the 23rd century. Everyone's from the 23rd century here, but it's important to understand. Jeremiah, as you obviously haven't seen the show and you've joined us, thank you for being part of the show. But you missed obviously the first episode. In the first episode, Lister has a cat working on a mining ship, Red Dwarf, and he doesn't want to give over the cat because it's part of his plan to marry a senior officer called Kachansky and settle down on Fiji in the 23rd century. And because he won't give up the cat, he's punished by being put into suspended animation to forfeit 18 months pay. But while he's in suspended animation, Rimmer, without Lister's help, fucks up a repair of the drive plate, and the whole crew gets dealt a lethal dose of cadmium-2 and dies. And it takes 3 million years for the ship to achieve a safe background level of radiation. So when Lister wakes up, it's 3 million years later. The cat has evolved from his cat. Rimmer is brought back as a hologram to stop him from going insane, and they find Crichton later. So yeah, all very British. They did try to make an American show, but the pilot was roundly rejected, and good because it was terrible. Thank you.
We will have to cover the pilot, like the American pilot, at some point.
Well, I mean, it's got Daphne, in it,
have-
so it won't be completely terrible.
It does have. It has Jane Leaves, Daphne from
Yeah.
Frasier. That's right, and she is still fucking hot. Also, we don't just have cigarettes that we call fags. We also have this.
I've got, the faggot king here, Richard, to tell me about that.
I'm actually working on a song about the food version.
Interesting. I would very much like to hear that when it's done. Anyway, so there we go. So basically, Rimmer says, I've been in effective command of Red Dwarf now for nearly 4 years. I've guided that ragamuffin, rough ragtail crew of whacked out crazies and hippie peaceniks through hell and back. Has he fuck? Says, if I gave the order, those guys would crawl on their bellies across broken glass with their flies unzipped. So don't tell me I'm not an officer, Captain, just because in deep space there's no academy around to award me my pips. You've got to take me. So it turns out they're at capacity. They can't sustain any more holograms. They have like 3,000 or 4,000 or something. So you'll have to challenge an existing crew member to a test, effectively, an exam. Which will test the entire vista of your intellect, tests that probe every aspect of your mental capacity. And you'll see later that there's actually like 200,000 questions or something. It's ridiculous, the test. And the computer will pair him up with the most likely candidate for him to succeed. So it gives him crew member 4,172. You have 96% probability of failure. That's his best chance. And the captain tells him you have 24 hours to prepare. Now he buggers off back with Crane. And, he says, well, thank you, Commander, for a most fascinating afternoon. He says it's been most fascinating because he's not clever enough to come up with another word. And she says, perhaps if you're not in any great rush, Mr. Rimmer, we could retire to my quarters and have sex for a few. I've got to get that. Sex. Sex, not sex. Sex for a few hours.
A Y in it, yeah.
And have
S-Y-E-X.
sex for a few hours. A few hours. Cut to almost immediately. There they are. They've had sex. He's looking very pleased with himself. And she's confused.
Which is an improvement.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not a disappointment. Yeah, it's a different experience than she is.
It's a better response than Lister got when he banged himself. The female version of himself.
Oh yeah.
At least he's not pregnant. Seyax, yeah. I don't know how you want to spell that. Seyax, I guess. It's like if the Queen was saying it. R.I.P. Rimmer says that was just unbelievable. She says it's never been like that before. He goes, oh, was it okay? She goes, it was different. Different? She says, you make love like a Japanese meal, small portions but so many courses. So like a rabbit then, basically. And he tries to sort of explain something, but somehow she's like emotionally
vacuous.
Well, she's falling in love with him.
Yeah,
is randomly is what's happening. Somehow I don't know what he did. It can't have been that impressive.
Proportions.
I mean, it's.
I guess it's just the fact that he just
amorous
never
nature.
Yeah. I guess he just had a lot in the tank, So I don't know how many rounds, but
3 million years or 10 years will do that to you.
Yeah, you believe that. And let's not forget, it's Rimmer, so it's not like he was,
he's a backlog of ammunition, I guess.
Yeah, he probably died with a
so a lot of zeros and ones in there.
A lot of zeros and ones, yeah. No X's or Y's, just zeros and ones. There we go. So she's a bit perplexed as he tries to get close to her because he's old-fashioned by their standards. So he wants to talk afterwards. He wants to sort of chat to her about his performance, I guess. And she gets up sort of awkwardly and tells him, "Oh no, you must dress now, and we must go," you know. And then I think he even offers her, he says, "Oh, don't get me wrong, that meant nothing to me, less than nothing." She's like, "Good," but you can tell she doesn't believe it for whatever reason. She got emotionally invested in having sex with Rimmer. It's hard to believe, honestly, but if I wasn't looking at it, I wouldn't believe it was possible. You know, but for whatever he's done, has unlocked some part of her that she didn't know she had.
Yeah.
It's fucking baffling, actually. And then there's,
you know, many things in this world make sense. Emotional connections are the least of them.
Yeah, Rimmer somehow being the little engine that could, not one of them. But anyway, maybe he gave her a Rimmer job.
You know, as they say, justice is blind, love is retarded.
Well, to be fair, I mean, she is quite hot, so you know, a rim job wouldn't be out of the question. Anyway, he says we might as well have been playing tennis. He's trying to reassure her that it was meaningless, and she says, "As it should be." He goes, I don't suppose you fancy a tie break?" And then she says, "I'm sorry, I've got things I should do." By the way, very rude on their ship. Yeah. Yeah. But I guess it's understandable. They have just finished having sex. So, you know, whatever. Anyway, he says, "Niet problemski." She says, "You know, we usually talk." I'm like, during? And about things besides, you know, it?
It's mechanical. I
understand talking during about what you're doing, but
I think that's kind of the whole ordeal is that this culture they have is very, you know, they're sociopaths as a society. So I think that they're very detached and just mechanical, and so the sex.
So you think they're
just
how's your research going? Oh, very good, thank you. You know,
right. Yeah, and so that might be perhaps the thing that's got her unsettled because she's actually with somebody who wants to be there. It's not just part of the schedule.
Who's excited to be there? Yeah, maybe that's all it was. Yeah, that's a good point. Whereas the rest of them are just like, let's fuck because we should.
Right.
Yeah. Boring. Anyway, so he's like, "What do you talk about?" She says, "Oh, you know, research, new theories, mission profiles." He goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, I must have seemed very ignorant. Sorry, Rhoda, I don't have a clip. I know you said I should get it, but I didn't get one." He says, "I'm sorry, I must have seemed very ignorant. I hardly said anything apart from Geronimo." That's right. She says, "Thank you for the workout." And he gets dressed, tells the computer to dress him. She says, "Transmit," and Rimmer is sent back to Red Dwarf. And then she's horribly sad looking as she goes over to the computer, which tells her that she is the one who will have to answer Rimmer's challenge. So now we know that if Rimmer wants to join the ship, she will have to be deleted. And so we have the premise of the movie they were watching at the beginning. So Crichton and everyone else is very perplexed because Rimmer is talking about doing a mind patch where you take someone else's brain and put it into yours. And he says it's immoral and illegal. It's outlawed. And he says, but it is possible. It says possible but highly dangerous. Excuse me. It says you could be reduced to a gibbering simpleton. And the cat says, "Reduced?" Reduced? Because I don't care. I'm prepared to take the chance. Lister says, even if it costs you your mind, or even if it costs you your mind, I'm losing track of the voices. There's too many in this episode. Cat says, it's a small price to pay. But there you go. Rimmer says, on that ship, I can touch, I can feel, I can taste. I'm not half a man anymore. I'm whole again. He goes, Rimmer, they're a bunch of arrogant, pompous, emotionally weird, stuck-up megalomaniacs. Do you really think you're going to fit in with them? What am I saying?
What am I saying?
Bon voyage. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, it seems
So
like
there we go.
utopia, you know?
Yeah, for Rimmer. So he says he wants to be somebody, he wants to be in a position of authority, all the stuff that he's always wanted.
This is just
And
a
he says,
very good episode of describing his whole character to all the people that
Indeed.
he's talking, like the bon voyage, the cat, everything. Like everything is just describing what we already know about Rimmer, but just hammering it in to get that final scene more.
He's only ever willing to admit how pathetic he is when he has a chance to get away from it.
Right.
Yeah.
He says he describes himself as a sad and lonely guy who left home at 16 to become an officer and a gentleman and ended up as a chicken soup machine operative. Is it any wonder my father had 4 strokes? Is it any wonder he used to sit by the window and dribble? I did that to him. Me. And then he says, it's just your job. And he goes, you are your job. And Crichton says, was Albert Camus a goalkeeper or a philosopher? Was Albert Einstein a clerk in a patent office or the greatest physicist who ever lived? And then, of course, there's the oft-told tale of the simple carpenter's son who went on to own the largest chain of pizza stores in history. Harry Beetlebow. Okay. He goes, Crichton, Albert Einstein didn't spend the best years of his life picking out lumps of desiccated poultry from the end of his nozzle cleaner. So that's true. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Nothing they say will do any good. And so Rimmer wants his mind to be patched with someone else's. And they've chosen Science Officer Buchan, excellent scientific background, 169 IQ, and Flight Coordinator McQueen, superlative mathematician, 172 IQ. Now, even taking into account the enormous drag factor of your own mind, I still think we'll come up with something pretty special. So basically, you'll have access to their knowledge, but her personality will have the power of veto. Now, of course, we know that Rimmer's mind is not particularly good at handling nice things happening to him.
Right.
In fact, there is one line where he says, wasn't it St. Francis of Assisi who said, never give a sucker an even break? Which is interesting because, Rimmer, you met St. Francis of Assisi in the last episode.
And maybe that's what he's referencing, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
But that would have been a facsimile and not the actual man, so.
Yeah.
Exactly. So anyway, we get to this point now, and Rimmer is now a super duper brainiac. It's so difficult with the way he talks.
Humor of this, yeah, everything.
Yeah,
is just
it's typical Chris Barry. You know, they walk in and Rimmer has this immediate, like, extremely patronizing manner in the way that he talks. Like,
even his posture right here, just this one shot, you like, this is the setup right here. You know that you're about to get, you know,
exactly.
It's wonderful.
So I walk in, Rimmer turns around and goes, Crichton, like that.
And yeah, the idiot, like, just his control of all the different facets of his face, the exact positioning.
Yeah,
this is comedic genius on display.
Exactly.
I mean, what he's about to say is so completely bonkers. I'm going to try and read it. Don't expect me to I haven't rehearsed like he had time to. So he says, just thinking, assuming, of course, we're not dealing with 5-dimensional objects in a basic Euclidean geometric universe, and given the essential premise that all geomathematics is based on the hilariously limiting notion that 1 + 1 = 2, and not, as Astameyer correctly postulates, that 1 and 2 are in fact the same thing observed from different precepts, loudly breathes out of his nose. He goes, the theoretical shape described by Sidus must therefore be polydridodeca hexasexahedro adicon adibi dolly dodron. Fuck. And then he does it again.
Yeah.
Everything else is poppycock. Isn't that so?
If you get the chance to seek out this scene, because like it's unfortunate we have to have the silk screen effect, the transparency over this, because
fuck the BBC.
Right. But like the way that his eyes blink, his eyebrows shift while he's saying it, all of it is just.
I mean, I can play it, but you won't be able to hear him.
Right.
It's just, you know, and then he gets to the end of his point and just does the big sort of snort. Where is it? There we go. And then it's just blah 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 blah, everything I just said, and then as if breathing is a chore for him.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I'm pretty sure Harry Enfield nicked that snort from him.
Oh, probably. Harry Enfield nicked almost everything he ever did. But yeah. Anyway, he says, as they're walking through the corridor, he says, I wrote a palindromic haiku this morning. Perhaps you'd like to hear it. He says, I'm afraid we don't speak Japanese, sir. I could translate it into Mandarin for you. Lister says, Rime, we don't speak Japanese, we don't speak Mandarin, and we don't speak Satsuma. Which is, another small orange. Whatever, it doesn't matter anyway. They get him into the room, and the captain tells him, to preserve the pure intellectual nature of this challenge, you will remain in separate suites. The questions will come through your headphones in a variety of different languages to confuse and disorient you. There will be a total of 200,000 questions in this initial session. So it's like he says it really quickly. It doesn't really get a laugh, but it makes me chuckle because it's fucking nuts. It goes, after you've completed the task of workstation A, you may proceed to workstation B. He goes, I shall undertake both tasks simultaneously if it's all the same to you. He puts on the headphones. He goes, Mr. Rimmer, that is impossible. He goes, nevertheless, I shall attempt it. He puts on the other pair of headphones. So he's now got 2 sets of headphones on, and he's attempting to take both tests at the same time. And then there's all these like ridiculous questions coming up. And as she's typing away and doing her best, he's typing on 2 keyboards at the same time, getting clearly quite horny doing it. And then
this is actually what fucks him over is his desire to overcompensate. I think this is
probably
what
causes him to have a brain blowout. Right, because he then switches hands with. Is he done it? Yeah, he's done it already.
It's gonna.
He then switches it with Flair too.
Right.
So he's absolutely crushing her, but then suddenly it all comes to a screeching halt, and his brain, because it's Rimmer, remember, and Rimmer is not allowed to have nice things by his own brain. We saw this with Better Than Life when his brain rejected every nice thing that was happening to him and instead created a reality where he had 7 children and a moaning bitch wife, and his father shows up and calls him a smeghead, and then they're buried up to their necks in sand with jam on their faces and a bunch of fucking ants coming to kill them. So yeah, you're fucked, you know. Anyway, what's that, Jeremiah? If he actually said Satsuma like that, it's technically incorrect. You don't get as sound as it is in English. No, it's just that in England we pronounce it Satsuma, but it probably is Satsuma. Yeah, sounds Japanese. Anyway, he somehow, and this is the thing that kind of confuses me about this episode. During the test, he seems to have time to leave, teleport back to Red Dwarf without authority, and return. But whatever, he tries once again, and they're here, and this is great. This is another great scene. They're here already interviewing potential replacement holograms, and they've got this woman, of course, and
she's a horse girl.
Yeah, she's like that. I don't know why they didn't just. I don't know why they didn't just immediately try Kachansky.
That's what I was saying.
Why not just bring back Kachansky? The only reason you couldn't do it before was because Rimmer wouldn't let you.
Right.
Yeah.
But oh well.
And they can't say it's because they didn't.
No, there's no. It's a major plot hole. Lister would jump at the chance to see Kachansky again. But oh well, whatever. it's all for a joke, I suppose, and it's a comedy show, so we should let it go. But yeah, so Lister says, well, you sound exactly like what we're looking for. Are there any questions you'd like to ask us? And she says, I just want to get one thing clear in my mind. This is an opportunity to be revived as a hologram and become a part of the crew. And the crew is you three. And they're all like just grinning. Like, look at Lister's face. I love that face. He's so happy. And she goes, basically, you spend your time salvaging derelict spaceships, playing poker, and eating curries. And he says, well, we don't do that much salvaging. She goes, but you do sound like you eat a lot of curries. Crichton says, well, we don't eat curry every night, if that's what you think. In fact, I remember quite clearly last June, Mr. Lister had a pizza. You remember? And Lister's like, oh, yeah. And then he says, out, and you didn't like it. But then I poured curry sauce all over it, and he just yummed it up. And she says, and the all-night poker sessions, is it always strip poker? And Lister says, it depends how drunk we are. And Kat says, oh, how much curry he's had. She says, so this probably sounds like a stupid question. You don't really have much interest in horse riding or ballet. Lister says, fine by us. As long as we can have a curry afterwards, we're cool. But of course, there's one or two other people that we have to see. But in theory, if we offered you the post of replacement hologram, would you accept? And she says, no. And Lister says, no. She says, no, I think I'm better off where I am. And the cat says, but you're dead. She says, and meeting you guys has really made me appreciate it a whole lot more.
Mm-hmm. That is one of the best insults that you can have towards the
what could you possibly be told by someone that's more insulting than I'd rather be dead than meet you?
Yeah. Again, and I'd rather pass the opportunity to exist again.
I would imagine this is the reason why they didn't have Kachansky for this scene, is because the joke's more important, and Kachansky's this would put a sour note in the characterization of her.
I mean, I think they also avoided writing Kachansky back in for a long time because they couldn't get Claire Grogan back to play her.
Right.
And I think she went off and did like a rock star thing or something. She went off and joined a band and became a musician. And then eventually when Chris Barry wanted to leave the show, because he was working on like British Empire, other shows that he was doing. You should definitely watch that too if you like Chris Barry, because he's brilliant in that. He plays the manager of a leisure center who's just the most nauseating, arrogant, but also patronizing, fake nice bastard. This is what Chris Barry gets cast as, you know, and everyone hates him. They can't stand him. And his name is Gordon Britas, which is why it's called the British Empire, which is meant to sound like the British Empire. But yeah, so he plays these kinds of characters. He's a very good character actor, but no character is more associated with him than Rimmer, obviously. But yeah, I think when he decided he wanted to leave Red Dwarf for a little while, they realized that they really should bring back Kachansky because that makes sense, but they still couldn't get Claire Grogan, so that's why they ended up with Chloe Annett. But we'll get to that in a couple of seasons. Anyway, again, just a massive insult that this woman would rather be dead than hang out with them and eat curry. Then they inexplicably have a guy as their next candidate. And you would think there's an obvious opportunity for a joke here that they're only interviewing women. Because they all, well, not Crichton, but Lister and the cat have desperately been wanting a woman around for, but I guess if it's going to be a hologram, you know. But there we go. Suddenly Rimmer bursts back in and he's incredibly offended by the fact that they're already trying to replace him. Extremely offended. He says, I'm in the middle of assessment, you've got to give me another mind patch pronto, blah blah blah. You know, then he suddenly notices the other hologram guy. He goes, who's this? I'm not even gone and you're choosing my replacement. Lister says, we thought you weren't coming back. He goes, well, you should have known better, shouldn't you? You actually expect something to go right for me Arnold Schmucko Rimmer, tosspot by royal appointment.
He knows. He knows.
And you know, tosspot, if you're not English.
It's a bedpan.
Well, it's a sperm receptacle.
Ah, well.
So yes, but more specific.
No. When you actually say it, it's like, oh no, tossing.
Yeah, because tossing is wanking, you know.
Yeah.
So if someone's a tosser, it's another way of saying wanker.
Indeed.
Which is another way of saying jerk off, you know. But whatever. So Rimmer decides that he's going to withdraw because he can't win. In the elevator, Russian lady says to him, "I hear you're doing really well in the assessment," and he says, She says, "Well, listen, I can't do the fucking accent." She says, "If you make it through, maybe you'd like to have sex sometime next week. I'm free Wednesday morning." And he says, "I'm sorry, busy. I'm busy Wednesday. I'm killing myself." Which, of course, again,
rejection.
Extremely offensive.
She's a very, very striking lady too. So you know.
Oh, she's not a bad looking lady. Sorry, I've got to kick this off the screen for a second because it's fucked up.
No worries.
I'll bring it back up. It's because I kept
but while
pausing and playing and stopping and starting, it happens.
And I mean, while to some degree, based on their norms, he's not part of the crew just yet. So, you know, and she's talking about a future date, not right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's true, but it is still extremely bad mannered. What the fuck is going on? It's not
right, but also at this point in time, it's pretty clear that he's caught up in being noble, dare I say.
Weird.
You know, he's not your normal run of the mill Rimmer. The mask is clearly off right now. Like, this is one of the most kind of raw kind of moments that we see him for a number of minutes. He's just clearly actually
vulnerable, actually browbeaten. Yeah.
Right.
So he says he's busy, and that's right. Disgusting is right. These bars in need of filling, lads. I don't know why I can't read today. It's the worst fucking day of the week not being able to read. Oh well.
Alpha Betty Spaghetti!
Has a million uses. There you go. Anyway, so that's right. Yeah. So basically, she offers to fuck him, and he turns her down. And then, if you actually see the clip after he says he's killing himself. She's really not very impressed. She's quite offended by the idea that he doesn't want to have sex. But I guess it's just a scheduling conflict, right? I mean, what's he supposed to do? Just to her knowledge, you know, it's no, because he said he's killing himself. But all right, you know what? Fuck it. He was rude as shit. Anyway, they leave, and in walks Nirvana Crane, who says Arnie. That's right. She calls him Arnie. Remember, he's asked the others to call him that before, as well as what was the other one? Ace, obviously, and Big Man. Now, Big Man comes back in the third episode, but only at the end. So she says, "Where have you been?" He says, "To hell and back. I've withdrawn from the challenge." He says, "But you're winning." He says, "I was using a mind patch." She goes, "A mind patch? Are you insane?" He goes, "I would have done anything to get on this ship. Every time I look in the mirror, I see this." He goes, "Only to me, it doesn't mean hologram. It means half-wit, hopeless, hideous failure. This was a chance to be somebody I liked." She says, "I've never met anyone like you before." He says, "Everyone says that." She goes, "Listen to me, mister. Underneath all that neurotic mess is someone nice trying to get out. Someone who deserves a chance to grow. So you won't give up, okay? Okay?" And this is the love of his life at this point, by the way.
Truly.
Yeah. It's a shame she never came back. He says, "I treated," because she's got his face. She says, "You're going to win, Arnie. You're going to get your dream. I promise you." promise you. He goes, do you really think? She kisses her finger and like literally challenge anyone else and you are satisfied for life, right? Literally.
Yeah.
Except of course that in
But
their culture.
that's the crux of it, though. That's why it had to be her, because
By the way,
Mhm.
just as a point of interest, couldn't they bring her back to Red Dwarf? Because they
You would
used
like
to
to
say
think-
Holly's only sustaining one hologram at a time.
Right.
But there have been multiple instances of 2 holograms on
Right.
Red Dwarf at the same time. In fact, we have just seen a scene with 2 holograms in the same scene.
I suppose you could. Right. Yeah, exactly. Because you could argue, well, they phase one in and one out, but then Rimmer does show up while the hologram is there. So they're playing kind of fast and loose with it. And it would be nice if
We also had 2
she could've
Rimmers.
just- Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Once before in series 1.
The only thing that I can think of is because they're more advanced holograms, like next versions, and they might require more power.
Well, they
But it's
clearly
not
don't
explained, so-
require the physical component, because their entire ship is composed of light. And you
Yeah.
don't see
Yeah.
anything. So
That's
yeah,
true. But there must be something generating it, right?
it's holographic processing.
A giant
Yep.
light bee buzzing around somewhere, maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, we did see it buzz into the cockpit or into the
Right.
Those are still
But-
holographic lights, I think.
Right. So it's still, those may be similar to the hollow
Yeah.
bees, but they're an actual hologram of the hollow bee.
Right. I think we can think too much about this stuff. I don't normally say that, but I think in this case it might be true.
Well, maybe the newer holograms actually require less power. Like an LED bulb requires less power than a traditional bulb.
Might be.
Yeah,
Possible.
I mean, we are
maybe.
talking
Sorry,
about-
I'm having
it
to
would-
redo this again. It's not working
Yeah.
properly.
But no, it would be nice if Rimmer could, in a sense, actually have some measure of, capacity for legitimate growth and less shittiness. But that would almost be too much of a shift. This is about the best that he can hope for.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
just
yeah.
a moment of bliss, because right now all the potential is probably better than the actual duration of trying to be involved.
For sure. uafomega here for $2 and says, what's another way of saying, I assume that's jerk off?
Mhm.
Hassan Piker. Oh, got him. Very good. Very well said. And thank you for the $2. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're not really focusing on filling the bar today. We definitely need to fill the bar. Remember, guys, one of them's for titties. Top one is for the next Jackbox stream, whenever that happens to be. As if 5 hours wasn't enough last time. But anyway, yeah, so she gives him a little sort of kiss on the finger to his lips and promises him that he's going to win.
Mhm.
Which we know, because he doesn't know, she knows, we know, he's the only one who doesn't know that she's his opponent.
Right.
Anyway, a little later, Rimmer reappears on Red Dwarf, walks in, and looking dejected and not at all triumphant, says, I won. And Lister, now, this is one of the reasons why, just for this little collection of scenes here, is why I think this is a worthwhile episode. This is a great episode, by the way. I don't think there's anything wrong with this episode at all. It's just one of the unsung ones, like normal. You do get a little bit of, YouTube doesn't like jerk off in supers, right? I see. Well, to be fair. But anyway, Lister looks fucking heartbroken here. Because as I've pointed out multiple times, despite the fact that they fucking hate each other, I don't think they hate each other nearly as much as they did in the beginning.
Yeah, no. There's been a lot of substantial growth in all these characters, and like I say, this episode,
Lister and Rimmer could not stand each other in the first series.
Yeah, but the subtlety and the subtext in this episode is the loudest thing that comes through in many ways. You know, the surface level story is fairly pedestrian, but what
Well
it's
said.
actually getting into is, you know, so much.
Well, it's about like, okay, here's an archetypal situation, and let's put our characters in it and see how they react to it, which is what they didn't really do with Camille.
Right.
It was just the story of
it is
Casablanca
lessons
in
learned from
space.
Camille.
Yeah. This one's like, what would our characters literally really do in this sort of scenario? And so you get to see here that Lister has sort of become attached to Rimmer and Rimmer to Lister, even though, you know, they
Weird
actually
way
still-
after living for so long.
we're all eventually getting to the episode of series 7 that Rhoda knows which one I'm talking about. When we get to that, it's the first episode I ever saw of Red Dwarf, and boy, what an entry point. You'll all will become clear one day. Anyway, so he says he won. Lister's like, what? He goes, my opponent withdrew. I won. I'm an officer. I leave tonight. And he's not particularly thrilled. Now he's wearing the uniform of the Holoship, and he's saying his goodbyes.
And he's got his new H as well.
He's got his much nicer H. Yeah, that's right. He says, look, I'm not much good at big speeches, and I know I haven't always been an easy guy to get on with. And I know that, given the choice, I probably wouldn't have chosen you as friends. But I just want to say that over the years, I've come to regard you as people I met. I'd just better go, okay?
Yeah.
Lister literally just says, oh, we can get it. But there is an earnest moment. Come on, back a bit more, back a bit further. Look at that face.
Yeah.
Happy face. He says,
I'm gonna miss you.
He says, yeah, he wants to say that, but he says, see you, Smeghead.
Yeah. And this is when, you know, like, this is another one of those subtextual moments where I think there's a part of him that's even, he kind of has to be a douchebag because it's easier for him to leave and to not, you know, have that, make it easier for them if he still.
I met line, because I read that as just Rimmer being impossible, being incapable of accessing his true emotions around these people.
Right, and that's what I mean by he's the mask is going back on, and also if he actually said something sentimental in this moment, he just, you know, already
and everything else he's ever done. Yeah.
It's the whole point of this episode is like to reintroduce the characters to a wider audience. So like you can't you can't shit on the established Rimmer character, so he can't grow that much, because it's like, I mean, especially like with the
on the surface, I don't think he can grow that much, but there is so much depth and interplay in this, though.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. I think that's why it's so character focused, because it's the first episode of a new series, and it's clearly visually got a higher budget, and there's
way better.
It's kind of like episode 1, the second coming, if you like, which is why it delves so deep into the lore of the characters and the character development.
You also have to allow for the fact that it's a character driven episode directed by a lady for the first time, so performance wise probably a little bit more leaning on the emotion side, and you should really watch the documentaries. There are DVD extras on the DVDs, but all of them are on YouTube. You can watch the background of each season, how they made it, what the situations were going in, and there's a lot of funny stories in there too. But anyway, coming to like, I know that I've come to regard you as people I've met was a question they did on a Red Dwarf version of University Challenge that they called Universe Challenge on Red Dwarf Night. And yeah, it's just one of those iconic quotes. I've come to regard you as people I met, you know. But there we go. Anyway, so as soon as that happens, Rimmer is off effectively. Bye Rimmer. And as soon as he arrives, he walks into his new quarters, only to realize this is the room where he was having sex the day before. And number 2 says, "Here are your quarters, Mr. Rimmer." And he says, "There must be some mistake. These are Commander Crane's quarters." He says, "Oh, you didn't know? Your ass better call somebody." So I couldn't resist. Says, "She was your opponent." He realizes everything, goes straight to the captain, says, "Permission to speak, sir. I wish to resign my commission, sir." Ladies and gentlemen, the older, wiser, better Rimmer.
Yeah.
For one
not
episode.
Worth it.
You don't agree with his decision?
No. What I'm saying is it's not worth it to have this thing, and that's
right.
Clearly, you know, whether he's a git, you know, 9 out of 10.
Doesn't sound right
in
an American accent, does it?
No, it doesn't. No. But whether or not, like, you know, 9 out of 10 parts of him are just completely just what they are.
Bastard, yeah.
Right. That little infinitesimal part of it. That's the thing that's most, you know, that it would be better for him to have this moment of bliss than a, you know, future lifetime of just something that's very sterile and mechanic. Like this, he actually lived. He had an adventure, you know, and he can live off that for years rather than just having this thing that's in front of him.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been different for him because he's always spent his whole life feeling like an imposter and feeling like he wasn't good enough. And if he took this opportunity, he would literally be an imposter who wasn't good enough.
Right, and he's still the lowest
he's nicked
ranked
it
person
from someone
there.
who shagged him.
Right.
I mean, he's nicked it from the only person who shagged him since the series started. Yeah.
Right. and shown a legitimate interest in him and wanted the best for him. So, you know,
like literally not just shagged him, but become profoundly changed by shagging him and taken, well, as he says, leave of her senses.
Mm-hmm.
That's
we'll
what
get
Japanese meals do to you.
There it is. So permission to speak, sir. I wish to resign my commission, sir. Platini says, resign. May I ask your reasoning, please? He says, Flight Commander Crane has taken leave of her senses and fallen in love with me, sir. That's I mean, that's a hell of a line, you know, for Rimmer to be saying that. It's baffling that Rimmer's capable of this, to be honest. Like, you would imagine him being like this.
Right.
You know? Especially at the idea that somebody had fallen in love with him at some point.
But this is something. I mean,
he genuinely wants to be noble here. It's baffling.
But this is the callback to Thanks for the Memories. He would much rather have something real than a facsimile of it. You know.
True.
So and now he actually is going to be able to have this going forward. You know, this is the most human experience he's had. Yeah, in his entire entire existence.
He said in series 2, one thing's for sure: no matter how many people he's fucked, no one's ever loved him.
Right. Right.
So that will change a man, I think. So yeah, Flight Commander Crane has taken leave of her senses and fallen in love with me, sir. He says, love? Surely not. Commander Crane is far too intellectually advanced to submit to a mere short-term hormonal imbalance. He says, that's why she withdrew from the challenge and allowed me to win, sir. He says, Mr. Rimmer, what you are suggesting is that she somehow cared more for your happiness than she did for her own life. And then Rimmer goes, am I? He goes, I suppose I am, sir. And thus he suddenly realizes, oh shit, that thing that I was mocking in the movie earlier on has literally happened to me. Very quickly afterwards, almost as if I'm on a television show that has a point to make. You know? He goes, am I? Yes, sir, I suppose I am, sir. He goes, and now you're doing something equally unfathomable. Resigning so that she can be reinstated, even though here you could have everything, a position of command, an effective physical presence, everything. And so he says, perhaps you'd be kind enough to pass this note on to her, sir. And he's got a note written to her. He says, I understand your gesture, but really your resignation solves nothing. After all, the two of you will still be apart. He goes, permission to return to Red Dwarf, sir? He says, granted. And he goes, oh, and sir. Just like the end of the movie. He goes, we won't be apart. We just won't be together. And then immediately reflects on what he's just said and is sickened by himself. I can't believe I just said that.
Right. That's why I cling to the portion that it's his mind absolutely fucking with him. Yeah, that closed.
No, I mean,
and
no,
the
I
same
do get
music
that
plays
he
again,
has,
by the
he
way.
has nobility, but I think that it's a mixture of both because he
Yeah.
realizes how disgusted he is by his brain producing that line and that action that he just did. And I was, ew! I just said that.
but
Fuck it.
but
He's
that's
disgusted by his own brain fucking involved in such a spectacular way.
but
And
that's
then the
defense
same music
mechanism,
plays,
though.
though. Listen.
Mm-hmm.
I hear
Can't
nothing.
hear it. Can't hear it. You'd have to put it on the screen and probably double up.
Don't worry, that music is so very...
But yeah, it's your schmaltzy, you
Here we
know.
go. Here we go. This music is as royalty free as it fucking gets.
I believe I just said that.
I've heard that on like 100 different TV shows, so don't worry about that. But there you go.
Take it off the screen, though.
Yeah, because as soon as he's done what he's done, he comes back to his senses, it seems. You know, and sort of realizes, wait a minute, I'm fucking Rimmer.
What am
I doing? I've just fucked myself. And then he, huh? Oh, sorry.
I'm getting echo on everyone except Will.
Yeah, it's the same.
That's why I was saying you're probably gonna have to take it off the screen. But that's what I'm saying though is in this moment that's heartfelt and whatnot, you know, and here he is. He has to betray himself for actually having an emotion because he's getting ready to go back to. He can hold this moment, but he's
got to go back to Red Dwarf, which means he's got to go back to being Rimmer. Yeah.
Right. And so he has to downplay, you know, I'm disgusted that I actually just, but this is one of the most important things that has ever happened in his entire experience as, you know, as a sentient being.
Yeah, this is a transformative experience for Rimmer,
right?
For sure.
Yeah.
And we're going to have another one in a minute. But yeah, so I think this is a much more valid episode than we probably gave it credit for at the beginning, because there's a lot of definite character growth. Because no matter what you say about Red Dwarf, like it doesn't actually default back to status quo at the end of every episode.
Right.
It does 90%, but only in the sort of general demeanor that the characters have to each other. They don't forget the things that have happened to them. You even hear in DNA, excuse me, they reference polymorph in DNA.
Yeah.
You know, and they obviously mention future echoes when Lister gets pregnant. So it's happened. Anyway, before we go any further, Jeremiah Norris for another $2. Thank you very much. Says, who's the dumbest, Hassan Piker or David Pacman? Oh, God. Oh, they're both arseholes. Who's the dumbest or the most insufferable?
Well, those are different questions.
I mean,
and I think Logan's
Hassan is the most.
I think Logan's response is probably on point for what
correct. Pac-Man might look like an abomination between a shark and a rat, but he's smart enough to be deceptive. True. Hassan is a fucking retard. He has absolutely. He doesn't have two brain cells to rub together. Yeah. You know, he's a fucking.
He is what you get.
Himbo.
There is no beguilement there.
Shit! Have you only got 10 minutes left?
I had 10 minutes ago.
You had 10 minutes ago.
In the name of Helzo getting a few moments to do what he's going to do. I'll be right back. I'm going to go use the restroom.
God damn it! I'm sorry. We couldn't get through it any faster than we did.
Oh no! I'm happy that we got to this episode. Sorry,
we'll have to carry on with Inquisition then, or Inquisitor.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to carry on.
Awesome
anyway,
episode,
sorry.
by the way. Inquisitor is my out of the two, I liked Inquisitor more. However, after reviewing it with you guys, now I'm kind of conflicted because when I watched like I didn't particularly got into the first episode before we reviewed. Now that we reviewed it, hearing your perspectives on it, it kind of filled in some stuff that I was probably missing. But yeah, Inquisitor for me is an amazing episode. Holoship, great start to a season, in my opinion. And you definitely feel the change with the new director. You definitely feel that change. I didn't know that it was a new director. I just felt the change in the whole pace and the upgrade in technical specs. It definitely.
Well, she only does the first half of the series, and then after that, it's Doug Naylor who directs everything.
So there's probably going to be felt another change because, like,
it gets a lot more jokey.
Yeah, like I mean, you feel a lot of different. I don't know how they act, how they're presented. But I didn't know it was due to the director, but it was definitely there. All right, thank you guys for coming. Sorry that I had to jump in, but I do need to.
No, it's our fault, mate. I'm late and everything today. It's all gone wrong.
It's okay.
So apologies. We'll have to carry on with Inquisitor without you, I'm afraid. But because we got to keep to the schedule, you know.
Have a great time. Yeah. Cheers to the chat. Thank you very much. If you want to check out my channel discussing, I'll be on later on and throughout the week. Thank you very much. Oh, Will, Rhoda, John. Cheers, mates. Have a great one and see you soon again.
Yep. Safe travels, dude.
See you next week, buddy. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies, gentlemen, and nothing in between. Maybe you could give me about 2 minutes, just go check on
no worries,
little one and everyone else, and I'll be right back. Okay?
Indeed.
In the meantime, keep them coming, fill up the bar, give me something to read.
Indeed. Well, Rhoda, as I will often do in instances like this, especially when it comes to Red Dwarf, and I said quite a bit while we were doing it, I'm going to defer to you. What are your thoughts on this episode analytically and all that?
Well, yeah, like I was saying, it is like, I guess it's also, as Will pointed out, due to there being a different director, but it almost seems like a new first episode. Like whereas like Camille seems like the first half of series 3 part 2, like series 3 and series 4 just seem like the same thing.
Yeah, I do appreciate this episode more than Camille, to be quite honest. This one is definitely a better expression of that story, because that was just Casablanca in space. This is actually a story of seeing Remmer in love, you know.
Yeah,
and actually
the whole vibe of it was like it was like reintroducing all of the characters as well, like, and like I said, like visually it looks like it had a bigger budget. I guess maybe there was slightly more time in between the series, so maybe that was intentional as well. Like it's almost like a relaunch of the entire show compared to Camille just being the episode after the last day.
Right. But yeah, no, it's definitely
they seem to go in pairs: 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, and then it stops. 7 and 8 are very different. Wildly, 8 is nothing like any series before it.
They are kind of poetic in that regard, where there's kind of these cycles that happen. Yeah.
The hair color incident, I'm sure Will knows what I'm referring to now.
Yes, there is a hair color change suddenly after literally.
And in my opinion, it looks much better, even though it's supposed to have taken a hot second.
Big fan of the hair color in Series 8.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like a redhead? Anyway, the first time we've ever even spoken about that, and I knew exactly what he meant. So Derek Smith was suggesting somebody should gift 45 memberships.
I mean,
we've seen crazier things. People have just come in and just dropped 50s. Yeah.
I mean,
Mr. Rouge. If Mr. Rouge shows up, that tends to sort of happen quite quickly afterwards. But yeah,
and I mean, especially like when one of us is absolutely completely shagged out, someone's going to come along and troll us. And I did mention at the beginning of the episode that I'm absolutely knackered because I had a random family visit after my early shift yesterday, so I didn't.
I'm still recovering from Friday night. I was up until I was up all night. By the time we finished, it was nearly 5 o'clock in the morning, and then the kids woke up. And I had to have them on the stream, right? And then I couldn't get them back to sleep. So I just went to McDonald's, bought everybody breakfast, and it was middle of the day before I finally went to bed.
Yeah, come on.
And then you had to do SNH as soon as you woke
make
up.
us be your jack bitches.
No, I had a day in between, fortunately.
Yeah. Thankfully for me,
SNH was this morning.
I had a pot of rice yesterday, so I ended up having a nice little carb coma. So I got plenty
Welcome
of
to the
sleep before.
Philippines.
Yeah, right.
In response, Jeremiah Norris gifted 1 Will of the Fans membership. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Indeed.
Apparently, until we have to torture ourselves with an all-night game sesh. But hey, if you guys do, for whatever reason, fill this bar, I'm obliged. I'll have to do it.
Yeah,
I'm not getting out of it. A promise is a promise.
Yeah, whether we do it today or make it
or
tomorrow
another day. Yeah, we could do it.
Is really the question. But to the point that you both raised about the change in directors, when you mentioned that, it reminded me because everyone knows a huge David Lynch fan. Twin Peaks, when it shifted away from the first series to the second series, Penny Marshall came in to do the direction for a couple of those episodes, and she's talented in certain regards, and but she's certainly not set up for doing what was supposed to be Twin Peaks, so it got a little bit kind of beyond her capabilities. So that this and maybe it kind of helps that there is a poetic kind of rhythm to these episodes, because when you do have a new director kind of coming in, and it gives it a little bit of a different kind of feel, even though it's kind of similar. Because when we get to this next episode, this is a much more refined version in some ways to me for what was the episode of Justice, because rather than it being the judgment of the center and then just the happenstance of this simulant being there, this kind of takes both of those elements and fuses them, and
this is it's a more absolute version of the episode Justice, but but it also focuses entirely on other characters instead of it being about Rimmer's fuck ups in his own mind and Crichton bailing him out through 5 continuous minutes of insults. It's Lister and Crichton that are for the chop this time.
Yeah,
and you don't expect that,
right? And after the previous episode, I actually kind of appreciate it.
You don't get a lot of Lister, and you get 0 Cat, but you don't get a lot of Lister in a series that's got Rimmer in it, because there's so much you can do with Rimmer as a character. But this is a Lister-ish episode. It's more of an ensemble, really. It's more of a high concept episode,
right?
But it is focused more particularly on Lister and Crichton. It's a little lopsided, as often is the case with these kinds of episodes in Red Dwarf. Like, there's a hell of a lot of setup, and then boom, it just sort of happens, and bang, and then, one thing, boom, 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 boom. Wow, it ended. They get better at that. I'd say Back to Reality is the last episode of this series, and it's one of the best episodes they've ever done. It's in the top 3 for most people, and that, I would say, is where they finally perfected the pacing of these kinds of high concept episodes. And then they even built even higher on that with Gunman of the Apocalypse in series 6, which again is another of the most people's top 3 kind of episodes. But this is a great episode because it deals with causality, fate, destiny, DNA, random chance, everything like that makes you, and it throws a complete curveball at you by not picking the 2 characters to be judged that you expect would be most worthy of judgment if you don't think much, you're going to go, well, you've got the arsehole and the vacuous moron.
Right. But similar to the question that was asked for the super chat, though, you know, some people are pretty surface level, and they're doing the best they can.
The key is in who is judging them.
Right.
So we'll deal with that as we get into the episode.
Exactly.
So here we are. We're on a model shot. We've got this sort of space city, whatever it is. Don't know. It's on a moon in an oxygenated dome somewhere. There's some guy, middle-aged-ish, looks about my age actually, maybe a little older, sleeping in his room. Suddenly in walks or teleports the Inquisitor, who is we'll find out, a figure dressed all in black with a helmet or mask that looks just like a fuck, just like a skull. And DJ Steve has just gifted 20.
We're halfway there.
My goodness me.
Now we stop. Let's try twisting.
Yes, thank you very much for that. I need to what were we up to before? 6, so it's 26 now. Christ. Oh God, we're at halfway point. Oh no. No.
In so many ways.
Oh yeah, there we go. Thank you very much. And we got another $5 super chat from Jeremiah Norris. Thank you very much. Says science fiction, sci-fi, obviously, has always been about imagination for things wished for and later made after it was thought of in sci-fi movies and later shows. Yeah. And also very often things wished for and then lamented on after they're created.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's I've for many years I always tell people that fiction creates reality because you have to have the idea before you actually have the thing. And so everything is fictional. You know, we live.
I mean, the thing is, to make sci-fi, a lot of technological advancements had to be made in the real world in order to realize it. Look at Star Wars, ILM, the development of tracking camera techniques and all kinds of CGI and stuff that ILM went on to do that advanced cinema probably by about 20 years. They said Star Wars, they say is responsible for 20 years of cinematic advancement in one movie.
Yeah.
And I agree completely.
But human society is a product of fiction.
And you only have to look at similar things that came out and tried to do the same thing and how bad they looked compared to Star Wars within like 5 to 10 years after that came out to see just how unique an advancement it was. It took a while for the rest of Hollywood to catch up.
Right.
You know?
Including the first Star Trek movie.
Yes, exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. But there you go. Anyway, here we are. We're in this man's bedroom. And thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you. Oh, and also for the $5, I must give you a tune. So here we are. We're in this guy's bedroom. The Inquisitor shows up and he starts booming out this sort of monstrous, aggressive voice like this, but with a strangely Scottish accent as well. But anyway, he says, Thomas Ullman. And this guy, Ullman, wakes up, gets his glasses, and the Inquisitor says, you have been found unworthy of having existed. Says, is that you, mother? Says, your life and all memory of you will be wiped from history. The void you occupied in the space-time continuum will be allocated to a person who was never given the gift of life. May they spend their time more wisely. I'm going to have no voice left by the time we get through this episode. And he immediately traps the dude in this beam. And we should probably show it as properly as we can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's still talking. Get on with it, mate. Get on with it. So he entraps you in this beam. And then
crystalline structure.
The guy's like, "What? Why me? There must be others who've lived worthless lives." He says, "All will be judged." So there we go. And basically, he saps him out of the universe as the picture on his nightstand transforms into a different guy. Presumably the same man, but different set of DNA.
Yep.
A different sperm or a different egg. Result the same, but different. So you are literally being replaced with an alternative version of yourself,
but not a parallel dimension.
Not a parallel dimension, a different, let's say your parents waited an hour for fucking.
Genetically, it'd be the original guy's brother, really, wouldn't it?
Effectively, his brother. It would be his brother, exactly. Yes,
his unborn brother instead of him.
Sperm twin.
T-Jap Steve, work has been a lot busier than expected today, so I missed things, but wanted to make sure I swing in to make the green rain for Princess 1 and Princess 2. Princess 2 had a little bit of a head bump situation earlier on. I won't go into details, but the guilty were punished. And says, wankers! This is all. Go. Thank you very much, T-Jap Steve, for $10, baby. Steve there, one of the longest serving mods and members of the channel. Much appreciated always. Thank you very much. Did anyone have anything to say? I felt like I cut across someone then. No? I thought I heard someone talking and I just blew past it. All right, anyway, so yes, you've been replaced effectively with another sperm and egg combination version of yourself. I would assume for you to be the same age in the same place, possibly doing the same role. By the way, let's just accept that there's a certain amount of poetic license that's going to be dealt with here in terms of causality. You are being replaced by another version of yourself that would have done a better job, but still somehow ended up in the exact same position at the same time as you.
Right.
I'm not touching that with a fucking 100-foot pole because there's too many problems. We'll be here for days. This is a bigger problem than anything that happened in backwards. And I'm sure we will inevitably get into it now that I've said we won't. But whatever. For now, let's just let the episode play out. So you're being switched out and replaced with an alternative you that is more deserving of life in the eyes of, well, the Inquisitor. And now you're all thinking, if you haven't seen this, that what gives him the right. Well, you'll find out.
Indeed.
So this guy is here, and it's quite funny actually. As soon as the guy's disappeared, this guy appears in his place, and he's standing there looking at him, and the Inquisitor goes, "It is complete. All that remains is to delete your physical form." So he deletes the guy. And then he leaves as time starts again or whatever. This guy's standing there just staring at him. He goes, "Sorry to disturb you, sir. Reality trouble." Or I think it's reality control that he says, but the script says trouble. And he disappears. And so there we go. As this guy's just vanishing. 2 Red Dwarf then. And here, of course, is Lister, Rimmer, and Crichton. Crichton gives Lister a cup of coffee, double calf, quadruple sugar. This is builder's coffee, as far as I'm concerned. Rhoda, you know what I'm talking about. You give a builder a cup of tea, it better have bugger all milk in it. Well, a splish, and about 5 sugars, Anyway,
so the spoon can stand up on its own.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he gives Lister his cup of coffee. Which is interesting because I would have thought, beer milkshake would have made more sense, but Anyway, they're talking about Virgil's Aeneid, I can't remember how you pronounce it. The epic tale of Agamemnon's pursuit of Helen of Troy, the most classic work by the greatest Latin poet who ever put quill to parchment. And he goes, yeah, it's the comic book version. It's good though, man. Absolutely full of history. And Rimmer is disgusted, of course. Crichton is reading the comic book. It goes, zap, pow, curse splat. Die in bed, you Trojan pig dog. Nyar, kapow. I see they've remained faithful to the original text. I'm sure Virgil would have approved. Rimmer says, Crichton, don't encourage him. It's the only thing don't discourage him. It's the only thing he's ever read that doesn't have lift up flaps.
Which I do take a slight issue with, because he can clearly read cat, which we've seen before.
Yes, it's true. He can read with his nose.
Yeah.
So, although he can only read like baby books, and we have never seen him get any better at it, or express any further interest in the cat race or anything to do with them. Which, considering that he's their god,
right?
Yeah,
but we didn't say read
we'll
well,
catch up.
We'll
catch up with it in. We'll catch up with it in not season 13.
Yeah.
But
well, to John's original point there about Lister reading, save page 61, marooned. Lister reads it and says, that's disgusting.
That's disgusting. And then keeps it because it's page 61 of Lolita.
So clearly he can read.
Oh, he can read.
Yeah.
It's just Rimmer's a country cow who wants to insult Lister at every opportunity.
Right.
Anyway, there's a speech here I won't go into because it's too long to read and we're pushed for time as it is. But basically, Lister doesn't believe the Trojan horse theory. Because
it's not a valid point in what he's saying.
Well, he does and he doesn't, because he says, all of a sudden they wake up one morning, the Greeks have gone, and outside the city walls is this gift, this giant horse.
After years of warfare.
Named 500 Greeks.
Yeah.
Now, I'm pretty sure the actual Trojan horse only contained about 50 Greeks.
Right.
Not 500. 500 people, even though they were a bit smaller a couple of thousand years ago, even if they were only 3 foot tall, there's still 500 of the bastards, right? That horse would have to be the size of a high street.
Right.
Like, that's bollocks. There's no way, So he's wrong about that.
Right. I mean, the number, while the number may be off, though, he still has a valid point in the sense that
it is very unlikely that anyone would be stupid enough. Or that they believe that this horse was a gift. They'd be like, what the fuck is this? Burn it to the ground where it stands. It's from our fucking mortal enemies.
Right.
Why should we trust them? I do have trouble with the Trojan horse thing myself, to be honest.
Yeah.
What do you think, Rhoda?
Well, I mean, it was the third time it had ever been used. I think if they were the second people to fall for that trick, then it'd be very questionable.
It sounds like you're writing a Red Dwarf joke right now. The second people to fall for the Trojan horse.
Right.
But yeah, it's. I think it's more of an allegory rather than an actual historical document.
I don't believe that in an era where we were as savage or more savage than certain races or religions that still exist in the world today are, that there would be any attempt to treat anything that mysteriously showed up outside your fence with anything other than fire.
Right.
I think you say it sounded like my brain was writing a Red Dwarf joke. I think that joke would probably wind up in a Trojan whale turning up on the fjords of Norway.
Right. TJPC's got a good point here. Part of the whole Trojan horse thing, though, was the Greeks built it big enough. Troy had to take apart part of their gates to bring it inside. Okay. It becomes a lot more believable there. Yeah. And they believed that the gods would literally destroy them for blasphemy. It was sacrosanct. Yeah. Jeremiah Norris, by the way, for $5 says Crash Boom Bang, classic Batman 1966 TV show and movie, replicating from the comic book stereotype. Yes, I remember it well. Adam West, Zap, Pow. I mean, I've probably seen more parodies of it than most things at this point. I mean, there's even like, is it The Simpsons? With Radioactive Man did a parody of it, and the words that come up on the screen are crazy, like newt and mint and stuff. Just any word that sounds completely insane to have in this situation. Yeah.
When anyone says Adam West, though, it makes me think of Mayor West and Family Guy.
Yeah, because it's the same guy.
Adam West. Just singing his own name around.
Yeah, and the fact that they got him to actually do it as well, the voice of himself, and play a deranged version. Pretty amazing. Adam West, good sport all round. No question about that. And yeah, great Batman too. Well,
for the time,
subjectively great Batman. There we go. It was a very different comic back then too. But anyway, carrying on. So we've had our debate about the Trojan horse, so we don't need to see the scene. Holly pings up and is baffled by the fact that they seem to have changed course. No one believes them. And again, they've changed course again. And she says, Mark 180, a complete turn. We're heading back to Red Dwarf. Lister says, give me manual hull. And well, they're trying to figure out what the hell's happened. And then suddenly Lister gets this lightning bolt to the teeth. I'm not sure why they decided on that particular paralysis, or where it comes from, or off. It's convenient that it comes from off screen and you're only someone receiving it. But
I think it has to do with
traveling
the technology
lightning.
of the time.
Yeah.
You know, it was easier to go in and After Effects this.
Of course, but you know, it's still a bit shoddy in it, can't. But anyway, whatever. Lister is frozen, obviously bolts upright, arm out, electricity is hitting him in the mouth, and the Inquisitor's voice is heard even though Lister doesn't speak. He says, I am in possession of the human known as Lister. Do not attempt to resist me. And Kat says, what happened to him? His voice finally break? Which is fuck you, Kat, right? Fuck you. I haven't got a very deep voice either. And you kiss my ass, motherfucker. But there we go. Crichton shouts, who are you? And he goes, tremble at my name, for I am the Inquisitor. And Crichton recognizes his name. He says, your vessel is under my control. I will return you to your mothership where you will face judgment. You will each present a case to justify your existence. If you fail, you will be deleted. And so there we go. He's finally free. And Crichton explains in the next scene. We'll crack on. There's nothing that we really need here. Lister's in the Medi scan on, I think, Red Dwarf now.
Yeah.
And so they're asking Crichton about the Inquisitor. He says, well, it's only as a myth, a dark fable, a horror tale told across the flickering embers of a midnight fire, wherever hardened space dogs gather to drink fermented vegetable products and compete in tales of blood-chilling terror. River says, a simple yes would have sufficed. Harley says, so who is he? And Lister says, yeah, what's his beef? He says, well, the legend tells of a droid, a self-repairing simulant who survives till the end of eternity, to the end of time itself. We're going down Doctor Who Boulevard here, aren't we? It says, after millions of years alone, he finally reaches the conclusion that there is no God, no afterlife, and the only purpose of existence is to lead a worthwhile life. And so the droid constructs a time machine and roams eternity, visiting every single soul in history and assessing each one. He erases all those who have wasted their lives and replaces them with those who never had a chance at life. The unfertilized eggs, the sperms that never made it. That is the Inquisitor. He prunes away the wastrels, expunges the wretched, and deletes the worthless. Rimmer says, "We're in big trouble." Because, of course, they're all fucking wasters. They're all wasters, these people, you know.
Right. Well,
That's
it's
the
taken
joke
them
of the
this
show.
many
They're
years.
bums in space, you know.
And it's taken them this many years at this point in time to actually get to the point where they go out on these.
Or just barely competent, yeah.
Right. But it does seem like they're actually utilizing Starbug now as a way to try to find.
This is well into the era now.
Yeah.
No, they're bums who raid derelicts.
Right.
That's what they do.
Right.
And that is their well, they even said it in the last episode. That's what they do. You know, they go out and they raid derelicts and they drink and they eat curry. You know.
Right. But they are at least attempting to have misadventures now, rather than just sitting around in a
arguing.
Yeah,
exactly. Jeremiah Norris for $10 says we wouldn't have Batman as gritty as he is in recent films if it wasn't for Michael Keaton as Batman. Yeah, I mean, Tim Burton did an awful lot of good for the Batman franchise. I'm not a big fan of Tim Burton, but I do enjoy his Batman movies. They're fucking great. Adam West wasn't as gritty himself. No, although it would be interesting to see, if we had the ability, a gritty 1960s Adam West Batman.
I mean, to a degree, we do. Give it a couple more years of AI advancement. I'm sure someone will
do it.
Someone will.
No, it'll come up.
It'll happen eventually. Yeah, good idea. And thank you very much, Jeremiah.
Drop it.
All right. Thank you for that. Appreciate the many super chats. I really do. They're interesting breaks between the flow of what we're doing. So I do appreciate it. Anyway, yeah, so the Inquisitor, he travels time and space and deletes the worthless and replaces them with people who would have otherwise been created by the same processes, and that they have a better chance of making something good of themselves. Anyway, Lister gets up on his high horse, because he does do that from time to time. He says, "Wait a minute, who's to say what's worthless?" And Kat says, "Oh, please take a look in the mirror. Read your entry in Who's Nobody." He says, "No, I mean it. Who's to judge? Who's to say what's worthwhile?" Rimmer says, "Well, let's face it, Listy, lying on your bunk reading What Bike and eating sugar puff sandwiches for 8 hours every day is unlikely to qualify." God damn, man, I miss sugar puffs. Do they even still make them?
Yeah, you're talking about with the bear,
the honey monster.
I think so. I've not seen an advert for them for years and years.
Didn't they change the name in Britain because they were deemed too unhealthy?
We've got
called
sugar
honey puffs now.
I think the reason they made the honey monster was because when they released Sugar Puffs was just after everyone started saying sugar was bad for you. So they were called Sugar Puffs, so they weren't going to sell. So they called the character the honey monster.
Yes, but the cereal was still called Sugar Puffs.
Yeah.
For a long time, although apparently now they're literally called Honey Monster. Man, I would absolutely murder someone for a bowl of Sugar Puffs right now. Fuck.
Well, get a hand of the piss will smell of them.
Yeah, we got a honey bear over here.
Oh, you got honey bear instead?
Yeah. But it's,
we got a completely different guy.
Yeah.
We've got this guy. Hang on, I'll show you. Fucking non sequiturs on this show. I don't care.
He kind of looks like Zippy's scary uncle.
Yeah, he's this guy.
My cartoon mascots. Okay, yeah, I've seen that before. Yeah, I think
honey monster.
And the fact that the clip is from Cartoon Network as well. I mean, that's
perfect,
kind of
isn't it? Just shows you, doesn't it? And these things are they should be disgusting, but they're fucking not. I remember first time I ate Sugar Puffs.
Sorry. Sugar Bear is specifically, yeah. And he eats
Sugar Bear. Isn't that a pimp?
Right, exactly. That's why I had to think about it for a second, because it's been forever.
Oh, I've seen him. Yeah. I found him. Yeah.
And I think they're called Sugar Smacks. We also have honey bunches. Yeah, there's
You know what? The other cereal that I would fucking give at least a couple of toes for
Golden Crisp
is Golden Grahams.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I remember them.
They brought them back in the 2010s. I don't know if they still exist. I haven't been in England for so long. I'm seriously considering like paying someone to ship me a bunch of like snack foods from the UK when my kids get old enough to be able to share it. Like, get Monster Munch, Quavers, you know, all the cool shit.
Monster Munch.
When I was
that's a
young,
guilty pleasure. I still eat Monster Munch sometimes.
Yeah. When I was young,
did I until I was here, and literally the last time I went back to England, I brought back like several bags of various stupid snacks because you can't get them here. I mean, they have similar things here, and they have MSG here, which is why they're probably more delicious, but they don't have the flavors. Everything in the Philippines is either cheese or barbecue flavor, but no imagination whatsoever.
Yeah. Growing up, I didn't frequent too many of the cartoon cereal brands. I had, every once in a while every once in a while.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at the folly of this show.
Right.
Talking about whatever the fuck.
maybe some Count Chocula, but the thing I ate more than anything, which shows how dated I am, was G.I. Joe cereal. With
chat, what's your favorite cereal? Let us know in a super chat.
Hey, Toasty.
Toasty's in the chat.
Shut up, American white man. Let the Brits talk. Thank you, Toasty. Love you, Toasty.
Sycophant. No, it's all right.
I
know American cereals and British cereals are basically the same. They just have different names.
Yeah.
Except we never had Fruit Loops. We didn't do Fruit Loops because we're not gay. So anyway, so back to the episode. All right.
In more ways than one.
They're in big trouble because this fucking psychotic droid is coming to force them to justify their existence. And where are we at? This is it. Yeah, they're sitting there. Basically, Crichton is explaining to them, you don't need to be so worried. You just need to have lived a life that wasn't totally egocentric, vain, and self-serving. Yeah, and Rimmer says, "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" In fact, there's a scene that builds up to it. Rimmer says, "Why did no one mention this before? If I'd been told this at the start, that the object was to lead a worthwhile life, I could have done something about it. All those charity telethons when I used to ring in and pledge donations, if I'd known this, I would have given them my credit card number." Crichton says, Sir, you don't have to be a great philanthropist or a missionary worker. You simply have to seize the gift of life. Rimmer says, "Oh, God." It says, "Make a contribution." Oh, God. No matter how small. Oh, God. You simply have to have led a life that wasn't totally egocentric, vain, and self-serving. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? He goes, "I'm just trying to make you feel better." Well, shut up then. Pretty good, right?
It is.
Because it does kind of contradict the last episode where he sacrifices himself.
Well,
yeah.
When we get
he has.
I have thoughts on that, but I'll wait till they're more fleshed out based on the episode. Because I
don't think Rimmer gets a fair trial in this anyway, but Rimmer manages to be all right. So anyway,
we do have some stuff. And, and before I forget, since we do have to have a Furious Rank on Tuesday, we might as well incorporate what are we could do cartoon mascot whatevers possibly for Tuesday.
Oh yeah, we should do that.
Yeah.
We could rank cereals or cartoon mascots. Yeah.
And if you are part of Will's Discord, go there and
drop some
suggestions and whatnot that we can include.
Muzz Sparkles for 3 months of membership. Well, lovely. Thank you very much. Says, must make Poppycock a thing. Hey, Handsome and others.
Hello.
I guess
and people might be like, oh, John. Well, yeah, no, it's because she tells me this in DMs all the time. So, how's it going, Miss Sparkles? Thank you.
Sorry.
right. Oh, exactly.
My wife is an islander. They're psychos.
and also, I have to take the bullet if for no other reason to keep Will safe. Yes.
Nice picture though.
Yeah.
You know. uafomega for $2 says, question is, what cereal would you give up a testicle for? Do you know, I was this close to saying testicle when I was talking about things I would give, and then I was like, nah, under no circumstances would I give a testicle for anything. So there's your answer. Does anyone have a cereal that they would give a testicle for?
Well, I mean, that's what you used to have to do when you were in
heroin
court.
puffs.
You had to
Coke.
Yeah, right. But you had to testify if you wanted to say your piece in court, so you legitimately had to put your testicles on the line if you were found.
True.
So
old style.
One of my grandfathers actually had a testicle shot off in World War II, and he still managed to have 8 kids or 6 kids or something.
Yeah, it really apparently it doesn't make much difference, like, because the other one will compensate. But
yeah, my dad's own words.
I want
can still
both.
fire on one.
I want both. Okay, I like having 2 barrels. You know, well, not 2 barrels, but 2.
Well, yeah, because otherwise, which
2 magazines. You know.
This past week, to Rhoda's point, an 11-year-old in Montana, she was a clay shooting champion at the age of 9, was being a potential victim of a home invasion by 2 illegals that had previously killed a man in his house and taken a gun, and were breaking into her house after her dad died. Went and pulled the shotgun out of her dad's bedroom and immediately shot the one who got to the top of the stairs in his dick, killing him immediately. And then his friend who was at the bottom of the stairs, she shot in the shoulder, and he bled out before the ambulance could arrive. So good for her.
Deleted scenes from Home Alone.
Yeah. Oh, did you ever play the Home Alone video game? 16-bit?
No, not the 16-bit. The NES and the Game Boy, yes. They were both terrible. But I heard the 16-bit one was okay. Miss Sparkle says she did it on purpose because she also calls Rhoda handsome. So wait a minute.
I know.
I'm the only one you don't call handsome?
Well, you're married. So,
yeah, it's all good in the hood, man. It's all good in the hood.
Yeah.
I was just being a prima donna.
What we're learning is Miss Sparkles will tell anyone they're handsome. It's all a ruse.
I bet you say that to all the boys.
It's pretty much, yes, that's where we're at with it.
Hey, who cares, man? Everyone likes to be given a compliment from time to time.
Right. Yeah, appreciate it.
I always tell ladies when they look nice, especially my wife, obviously. But if if my niece or my sister-in-law or someone's staying with us and they've got a nice dress on or something, oh, you look nice.
Yeah.
You know, it's just what's wrong with putting a little bit of happiness out into the world? You know, that's all. And plus, women love to be told they look nice, probably more than anything else.
But going forward, I will just, whenever you say that in this channel, I'll just assume you're referring to Rhoda. It's all good.
Rhoda, handsome Rhoda.
Handsome Rhoda.
Yes, handsome Rhoda. Why aren't you married?
That's a complicated
both of you get over here. Get on a plane. Both of you get over here. We'll get a studio. We'll do the show in a room together.
That would be excellent.
Yeah. And you'll never look back. All right, guys, episode. So the Inquisitor is coming. They're all deathly afraid, and it's time for judgment. He appears, and he is here to judge. And he says, you have been granted the greatest gift of all, life. He says, you will all be judged. The holograms first. So he freezes them all, and they move into this scene here, where wherever the fuck they are, because I genuinely don't know,
right,
where the fuck they are during this. Is this like some kind of hallucination that only they can see while they're trapped in the blue bubble? Like,
this character, this Inquisitor, he kind of reminds me of Q to some degree. You know, so I'm assuming that this is just like he's got his space that he controls all this kind of shit through. and so he's just kind of taking maybe to not necessarily the pit of yourself, but like to
yeah, he has the same ability as Obito at the end of Naruto. He has like this weird subspace that he can drag you into.
Yeah,
and apparently it exists outside of time and space and whatever. The laws of physics don't apply either, because this guy is just a droid.
Yeah,
he doesn't have any magical powers, but he seems to have found a way to have some facsimile of godlike power.
Right.
In
robot.
Because we're going to see that in a second, because he does multiple things that should be completely impossible. But he does. Anyway, Rimmer is in the subspace with the Inquisitor. Says, you have been granted the greatest gift of all, the gift of life. Tell me, what have you done to deserve this superlative good fortune? And Rimmer says, well, I must say this with the highest respect, but what gives you the right to ask? No, actually, demand that answer of me, your magnificence, and then bows. He says, all must answer to the Inquisitor. He says, but how do I know I'll get a fair hearing? And he says, because, like all who stand before the Inquisitor, your judge shall be dun, 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 yourself. I mean, like, genuinely, that's a pretty horrifying thing.
Right.
Like, I know if I was faced with this situation and the mask opens and it's this guy looking back at me,
right,
it's gonna be a rough conversation.
Well, I'm
a nice person, sure. A lot of people like me. That's nice. I've done some things that I'm not proud of in my life.
And this is the thing that tripped up Rimmer previously in Justice, was his own guilty conscience. But
so we have to ask the ultimate question.
Mhm.
Would you two pass yourselves or fail?
How long of a timeline of events am I dealing with?
Your whole life. Summarize in less than a minute.
Right. So I think I've gotten better.
In your life, though, would you, if you, another you, was asking the question, would you say that your life has been worthwhile? And by the way, if this gets too personal, you don't have to answer.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious. Would you say that? Because I personally, if I asked myself the question 5-7 years ago,
right,
can't guarantee I would have got anywhere. Now, I have kids. I'm protecting other people. These are things that I've always wanted. The priorities I've always held. I've always wanted to be a father, for example. So I would say, yeah, for all my faults, my life is worth it.
I think I've done a lot to help other people and not enough to help myself. I think I'd probably just make it over the line, like about 55-60% or something.
So you could convince yourself that
I think I could convince myself that I was just about okay.
That you're worth it, right?
It would be a close run thing, and if I was having a bad day, I'd be fucked.
Yeah.
Miss Sparkles is spamming compliments, by the way.
I think there was a
Can
point
she
in
be
time,
the Inquisitor?
right. I think there was a point in time that I was far more selfish than selfless, and I think that's kind of shifted
Right,
over recent years.
The trick with the Inquisitor is that it is worthwhile by your own standards.
But then
if you have low standards, it's easy to pass. If you have very high standards, it's much harder to pass.
Right. But then comes in the whole effect of, like, right now as I sit here, I'm effectively just like a homeless dude who is staying in my sister's free room that she doesn't do anything with. So, that I don't know. It's I really couldn't say. Left to judge myself in this, but I think that's also part of the reason why, even in this
to be continued
online space, I try to help as many people as I can, because what I was saying.
Well, then that's something that you value. So by your own standards, you're doing something you consider to be worthwhile.
Well, yeah, I think I'm pretty expendable, and I don't think anybody would really notice whether I'm here or not. But I do try to at least help other people, kind of, get.
I would say you're doing good. I would pass you, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's whether you would pass you. is the question. That's why I asked. And
Right,
again, I don't want to get too personal with it, but I think it's a valid question, you know, because by my own standards, I was incredibly tough on myself for most of my life, horribly, brutally hard on myself. I had depression in my 20s because I felt like I'd already failed.
Right.
And there were a lot of things I did wrong to lead to that, but I was horrible to myself, really, in my head, and until I was broken out of it by some help that I went and got. And then I realized that actually I'm not a bad person at all. You know, I'm actually not a failure. I'm quite a nice dude. And now I'm starting to achieve the things that I really wanted to in my life. I only really have 1 or 2 ambitions left before I have to start getting really out there with them, you know? And I feel like I can achieve them. So yeah, right now I feel like I'm doing okay. Anyway, we'll get off the topic. Jeremiah Norris for $5 says Miss Sparkles is a beautiful lass who can catch a Hylian bass. And then just in case I'm retarded, he's put fish in brackets.
Well, it could be read as base also. So, you know,
by a retard. Yeah.
right. True. So Hylian, you know, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jeremiah. All right, so here we go. This is where it gets fun. He is,
and thank you for the compliment.
Judged by.
Appreciated. And
it's always nice to be told you look good and you're doing good.
Yes.
Inquisitor says yourself, as in you will be judged by yourself. Rimmer says, "Oh, Smeg." Inquisitor says, "Oh, Smeg indeed, matey." Rimmer goes, "Everyone is judged by their own self." He goes, "It's a bit metaphysical, I know, but it's the only fair way." I'm trying to channel Rimmer, you know. He says, "Now then, justify yourself." He goes, "Well, first liar." Liar, like he says it is, liar, like that.
Like in Wax World when he's trying to be this military leader. It's exactly the same voice.
Yeah, it's the same kind of voice. Yeah, liar.
That part of his character coming out because it's got power again.
Yeah, of course, the pompous side of Rimmer is coming out. Yeah, exactly. So, well, first liar. He goes, "I've done good things." No, you haven't, because in my heart, I've always tried to do good things. No, you didn't. Because, look, in my own way, I've tried to live a good life. When? He goes, points off behind the throne. "What's that in the corner? Is it the Archangel Gabriel?" "Well, that's me converted. I'm a new man. Hallelujah." He goes, "You are a slimy, despicable, rat-hearted green discharge of a man, aren't you?" He goes, "Well, sort of. Yes."
But here's the thing, though. The exercise of him putting himself through this, especially right after the last episode.
It's Rimmer, and we finally get to see it play out.
Right.
Go on.
So, but that's the thing is, I think that this is kind of the whole thing about ultimate judgment leads to ultimate forgiveness. And he's willing to judge himself. He's willing to do this whole process right here, which we'll see more fully fleshed out as the other characters do it. And that's really kind of, are you willing to sit in judgment of yourself, or are you going to get defensive? And he actually does the thing. So this is in a way more, himself. So this is more
Rimmer.
growth. Yeah.
Rimmer energy, man. Rimmer's got the same sort of complex I had when I was young. Like, everything you do is worthless. Why? You know?
Right.
There's no meaning to any of it, but except that Rimmer is genuinely a piece of shit. You know, treats people like scum and stuff. But you know, there we go. But then we get to the point of why I would even ask you the question about yourselves as well is, you know, he says, "You're a slimy, despicable, rat-hearted green discharge of a man, aren't you?" He says, "Well, sort of, yes." He says, "Well, go on then, justify yourself." And he says, "Well, what else could I have been? My father was a half-crazed military failure. My mother was the bitch queen from hell. My brothers had all the looks and talent. What did I have? Unmanageable hair and ingrown toenails. Yes, I admit I'm nothing. But from what I started with, nothing is up." Cut.
Yeah.
Cat's turn. He goes, "Hi, buddy." He goes, and this is like one of the few times you get to see the cat look serious. This is your judgment day, bud. I gotta be cruel. There can be no favors. He goes, "I'm hearing you on FM. Because I have to ask you the ultimate question. Justify your existence. What contribution have you made?" He goes, I've given pleasure to the world because I have such a beautiful ass. He goes, well, that's true. He goes, can I go now? He goes, that's your case? He goes, you need more? He goes, some might say that's a pretty shallow argument. He goes, some might say I'm a pretty shallow guy, but a shallow guy with a great ass. He goes, sometimes you astonish even me. Thank you.
But it's true, right?
It's over quickly. It's the cat.
Yeah,
it's the anti-Rimmer. Rimmer is like riddled with layers of complexity that you can unwrap and delve into multiple avenues of his psyche. You couldn't build, for example, given what the next episode is, you couldn't build an episode around Cat's inner mind.
No.
But the next episode is literally Rimmer's mind.
Right.
The episode.
But even still, this gets back to that whole thing about, what I was just saying. He is, at least to his limited capabilities,
by his standards,
he did just judge himself to
be worthwhile.
Scrutiny. Yeah.
Or the only fair metric by which you can judge yourself or be judged is by what you hold to be proof positive of a valid life.
Right. And he's like shallow, but he's fully, genuine about it.
Yeah. Now, Rimmer has made a pretty compelling case, and the cat has made a pretty compelling case, which you not at first glance. If you said this guy's going to show up and judge who's the biggest piece of shit on the crew,
right? That's a different question, though.
You'd be like, well, yeah, but that's the way your brain is wired to think about things,
right?
And this is why this is one of the best episodes for me. It throws a curveball at you complete out of nowhere. It's like, oh shit, it's them judging them. Well, this is going to be an entirely different thing. I have to rethink.
Right.
And so it's like, who's deciding whether you would assume even then though that Rimmer would have no mercy for himself.
You would think, but ultimately, and this gets back to the thing that I was kind of hinting at with the previous episode. And his whole weird backstory is, even though there's all these layers of, just pretense and deflection and projection and all this kind of stuff, all of those are layers of self-defense, because ultimately he does know what we all know. And he's incredibly fragile.
Rimmer and Lister are the two most self-aware characters. Well, actually, no, that's not probably true. Crichton's probably more self-aware than Lister is, but Lister's fairly self-aware. It's only the cat that complete id,
Right.
Yeah, that's which is why he's the opposite of Rimmer, by the way, because Rimmer is complete ego.
Right. And Rimmer has to be complete ego, I truly believe, because he is so, if something affects him to the point of breaking, he doesn't just crack, he shatters, and so that's why he has to have all of those layers in place and has to have all this kind of stuff, because he is probably the most weak amongst the characters.
Oh, for sure.
Self-esteem, but he's
in terms of self-determination. Yeah. So anyway, we move on, and now it is Crichton's turn. This one is very interesting because it's we'll see. It says, well, Crichton, justify yourself. It says, and now Crichton, of course, is outside. He's like super ego. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? He's not id because he's not in control of the things. He's not doing what he wants, except in as much as he's programmed to do things, and so you can't really call it id. He's very ego driven in terms of worrying what others think and trying to please others, but it's not really what governs him. He's more like the super ego, which is why I think that him and Lister are both kind of the same in that respect. Lister is, a bit of both, and Crichton is wild extremes of both. Whereas Rimmer is ego and Cat is id. And so Crichton, being the meta text for the episode, asks, justify yourself. He says, I'm not sure I can. Isn't that like the best answer?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I can. In other words, I'm not sure you can. Me.
Right.
Everything Crichton says in this is him judging him for judging him.
Right.
And
Questioning if he
that's why
even
it's
has
very clever.
capacity for judgment, which, yeah, in and of itself.
Exactly right. And in many ways, he wins the exchange.
Right.
The regular Crichton wins the exchange with the Inquisitor Crichton, but the results obviously. So he says, "I'm not sure I can," which I think is a very clever line.
But
Says,
I think in
surely
that,
your life. Go on.
I was going to say it, but I think in doing so, even though he's actually being genuine, it's still kind of avoidant.
Yes, it is. Of course, it's Crichton.
Yeah.
He's also quite cowardly, to be
Right.
honest. But he's also capable of a level of thought outside of himself that most humans aren't.
Right.
Which is why I think the line "I'm not sure I can" is very clear. I'm really glad I remembered it because I thought of it only this afternoon for the first time, and I was like, I've got to bring that up. Anyway, he says, "But surely your life is replete with good works. There can be few individuals who have lived a more selfless life." And he says, "But I am programmed to live unselfishly, and therefore any good works that I do come out not of the fine motives, but as a result of a series of binary commands that I'm compelled to obey." Inquisitor says, "Well, then how can any mechanical justify himself?" Says, "Perhaps only if he attempted to break his programming and conduct his life according to a set of values he arrived at independently." Which is true.
Mm-hmm.
The Inquisitor says, "Your argument invites deletion." He says, "The rules are yours, not mine." Which is weird because, again, they are his.
Right.
He says, "Do you wish to be erased?" He says, "Well, I'm not programmed to wish for anything. I serve." He says, the Inquisitor says, "In a human, this behavior might be considered stubborn. And Crichton says, "But I am not human, and neither are you, and it is not our place to judge them. I wonder why you do."
Right.
Because again, it's a droid. Even if it's not wearing Crichton's face right now, it's a droid.
Right.
Yeah, and that's like the way that flows is like really Shakespearean as well.
It's a fucking great scene.
Yeah, and with the candles.
I think there's no accident that there's candles. Exactly. Yes,
Yeah.
I think there's not by accident.
Yep. And
The lighting, the candles, it all plays out like some sort of Shakespearean,
right.
One man soliloquy, but between two of you.
Yeah, and when
I'm
you
wondering if this is the episode that Patrick Stewart saw that made him love the show, because obviously
doubt
he
it.
was a big ass Shakespearean actor before he was Picard.
I mean, he didn't love the show at first, did he? He saw something that looked like it was ripping off Star Trek.
Right.
He
But
came to love the show.
even within the regard
surprised if this was the episode.
of Crichton's experience, he's already he's been destroyed. He's been rebuilt.
Unless you count
and
Q.
he's-
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, God.
Right. But he, he had a life of service. He had a little bit of rebellion, went out and got destroyed, got found, got put back together again, and
Changed
now,
completely.
Right. And has had the very core of his programming called into question and tried to be, compelled to be more human through Lester's training and
Oh yeah. By the
guidance.
way, from this moment, just as an aside, from this moment, Series 5 through to about the end of Series 8 is the best that Crichton ever looks in terms of makeup. As good as they've done in the more recent series, the revival series, 10, 11, and 12, and the movie, they've never quite got his look to be just as good as, I don't know if it's because Llewellyn aged or something. I mean, he gets fat too, so there's fat Crichton in series 11 and 12. But for sure, this is as good as the makeup ever looks. He looks really great now, miles better than series 3 and 4, and I mean a billion years from series 2.
Oh yeah.
So there you go. Anyway, very clever writing and poignant too. Anyway, finally we come to Lister, who says, "Well, get out of this one, Smeghead." Which is just exactly how I would greet myself in this position. I always laugh at that. I'll be like, "Well, now look at you. Let's see how you do with this one, dickhead." He goes, but Lister, of course, in a weird one, because Lister is a very self-reflective guy at times, and at other times, just not.
Right.
He's a little inconsistent, actually, as a character. So Lister objects to the whole exercise. And stubborn as fuck doesn't care about, and he basically thinks the Inquisitor can go to hell.
Right.
And that even presenting him with his own face is not enough to scare him.
Jolt him. Right.
Yeah. So he says, well, get out of this one, Smeghead. If I presented my own face to myself and said that to me, I'd be on the back foot. Lister's not.
Well, actually, I think that's what it is, because this, again, defense mechanisms kick in and whatnot.
Right.
So,
and
so where he generally is, where he
Hmm.
generally is more contemplative and reflective and considerate when he
He's
gets
also
into those.
the first one to get in and get stuck in when there's a fight.
Right. So his fury and his righteous indignation is,
Very good, very good expression. Yeah.
Yeah.
Righteous indignation. That's exactly what it is. So he says, what are you talking about? He goes, you know what you could have made of your life if you tried, what you could have become. I'm giving up on the accents for a little while. My throat's hurting. he goes, so he goes, you've got brains, man. I'm going to do it anyway, aren't I? He goes, brains you've never used. He goes, so justify yourself. And Lister says, spin on it.
Right.
Fuck you. That's it.
Yep. And that's in scene,
Yeah. That is exactly what he's saying. He's, you can't write it in TV, but he's saying, fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I don't give a shit what you think of me. Go fuck yourself. Which, to be fair, is valid.
Yeah.
He has every right to say that. This guy has no fucking right to have brought this situation and shit it onto Lister's plate. Or any of them. It's just that he's the only one with the balls to tell him to go fuck himself.
Right.
Like, Rimmer folds like a house of cards.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not a good expression because that doesn't make any sense. Like an origami swan. But in the cat, he just loves himself no matter what.
Right. And but
Right,
we also
questions things. Lister rejects them outright.
Right. But the thing that we have to remember is the Inquisitor tells them that they're judging themselves, but it's the visage of themselves that are being judged through the Inquisitor. And so the Inquisitor is the one who's actually doing the calculus here on who is it that I'm dealing with. And so you are still, and which is why, while Lister's correct in saying go fuck yourself, I'm not going to put up with this. It's not going to work because
it's
not going to work because the Inquisitor, because this is about pleasing the Inquisitor more than anything.
It's about pleasing yourself, but when yourself is turned back off and reports back to the Inquisitor, the Inquisitor will decide whether or not what you've said to yourself justifies life or death.
Right. But I also read it too that the Inquisitor tells you this. He shows you yourself so that you will be more willing to go. But ultimately,
it's also a manipulation too.
Right. But that's what I'm saying is the Inquisitor is just manipulative. And
I knew we'd have a good conversation about this episode.
Yeah. And ultimately, this is just I am the judge. The judge. There are judges of discernment and there are judges of power, and this is not a judge of discernment in the Inquisitor. This is a judge of power.
Well, it's unfair. The whole situation is actually morally unfair because yes, you are having to justify yourself to yourself, and that is a very difficult thing to do. And the only reason he uses that tactic is to make people the most vulnerable they can possibly be. In his eyes, that's the fairest way you can be judged. But it also forces people into a situation where they will not behave necessarily as their normal selves.
Right.
Some people will. Some people who are weak-willed, like Rimmer, will cave immediately. Other people, like Lister, will outright reject it and go, fuck you, I'll nut you,
Mm-hmm.
And so if you respond like that, if that's their response, you then go, oh, well, it doesn't matter what you said. I make the rules and you were a rude bastard.
Right.
So,
and
now you're fucked anyway.
Right, and so this is actually an inversion on the idea of you judging yourself, because the people who actually challenge the judgment are the ones who ultimately...
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So it's all a matter of, are you willing to please demands of the Inquisitor? And if you are,
whilst at the same time doing so in a manner that satisfies yourself.
Right.
Yeah, like the whole thing, like it kind of boils down to, like, you're not actually judging yourself, you're being judged by how you judge yourself.
Right.
Yes, exactly. Being manipulated, it's being used against you in a manipulative fashion. So you have to play it just exactly right. To be honest, the person who gets it the most right is the cat.
Yeah.
He's not remotely bothered. He's like,
really right. Rimmer gets it right too by being because Rimmer falls on his fucking sword and basically confesses that he's not very good at much and he hasn't accomplished much, but he didn't have much of a chance. And the judgment comes from him. When the Inquisitor gets it, he's going to be like, makes sense.
Right. And then
when
Cat is just Cat.
Exactly. When Lister's judgment of himself, both of them being right, by the way, because Inquisitor Lister is right. Lister is better than this. Lister is smarter than this. Lister could have done better with his life. He didn't have to be the last bum alive in deep space with nobody except a bunch of fucking misfits. He could have achieved something much more with his life. But at the same time, he's also a hard-headed, stubborn, lazy bastard who will... Then when those results come back to the Inquisitor, he's going to be like, fuck this guy.
Right. And within Crichton, the want and desire to be more than just a mere machine
is abhorrent to the mechanoid nature.
Right. So,
so he's a failure as a mechanoid.
Right.
By his own standards, but at the same time, what he's done and made him more than a mechanoid, which is better. But it depends. It's all very subjective.
Right.
Anyway, I think we've explored this as much as we probably can. Let's see the results. So we get to it, and right, hold on. Oh shit, I've skipped a little bit of the script. Okay, so we're back. He says the Inquisition is over. They're all standing there. He says, I have reached my verdict. Two of you have failed to become that which you might so easily have been. You have lived without merit and so not lived at all. So he puts them all in the bubble. Oh, and Rimmer and the cat disappear.
Yep.
Which is, of course, just from their perspective. Because, we saw what it looks like when you're not one of the people involved earlier on. But now we're seeing it from the perspective of someone that it's happening to.
Right.
And Lister goes, you scum! You've wiped them out! Crichton goes, sir. He goes, this crazy Crichton. He's erased the cat and Rimmer. He goes, they're quite safe. He goes, sir, I'm afraid it is we who are to be erased.
Yep.
And Lister just sort of goes,
Shit.
He goes, the cat led a more worthwhile life than either of us. He goes, he is shallow and selfish, as is the hologram. By their own low standards, they have acquitted themselves, whereas you and the mechanoid could have been so much more.
Right.
So there you go. He zaps them in the bubble. Lister says, what's this? Best guess, we're being surgically removed from time. Every memory of us, every action we ever performed is being dissolved. Our lives are being undone. So that's it. Then it's complete. So they've been deleted from history. All that remains is to remove the physical forms, as he did with the other guy. So the last thing he's going to do is zap them so that he can literally remove them physically, while he's already removed them memetically.
Yep.
Now he's going to remove them physically. So then suddenly, out of nowhere, another Crichton appears from the future wearing the gauntlet, which he then turns into a chainsaw. Or he has a chainsaw. I don't know. He cuts off the gauntlet, kicks it over to them, and the whole time he's narrating as if he's seen this before. He goes, perfect. Now, what did I do next? And then he gets the gauntlet and kicks it over to them. Now, hurry, take the gauntlet and go. Lister's like, what the smeg is going on? He goes, I don't have time to explain. I've come from the future to rescue you. Now, you must go. Hurry. Current Crichton says, what about me? I mean, you. I mean, us. And future Crichton says, I'm afraid we get killed. He goes, killed? How? He goes, well, while I'm standing here explaining this to you, the Inquisitor jumps me from behind, like this. so he squishes his face. He goes, I forgot to say, before you reach the final confrontation in the storage bay, you must have decoded the gauntlet's controls. He goes, how? Can you give us... Oh, Lister, how can you give us a clue? He goes, well, I cannot explain. For some bizarre reason, my final words are enig, as in enigma. And if you didn't work that out, you are 12, maybe? He's splattered against the wall, and it's all going terribly, terribly wrong. There's a crunching noise. Inquisitor finally crushes future Crichton's head. They run. He goes, he's just killed you, Crichton. Sorry, we have to go. Then they get to a door. Lister immediately tries to put his handprint on that rectangle you can see. Holly says, you're not registered as personnel of this vessel. Please state your name and clearance code. Lister's like, it's us, Holly. He says, please state your name and clearance code. He goes, Lister D 000169, which is interesting because we're back to only 169, 169 crew members, as opposed to 1,169. He says, I have no record of your palm print. And Holly, being ultra efficient for once, immediately starts the alert, and there's actually an alert, and she's shouting, intruder alert, intruder alert. Yes, Miss Sparkle, 69. Nice. Never mind. Anyway, so Crichton tries. He goes, initiating override. Says, please state your name and clearance code. Says, log on name Crichton, registration code additional 001. Says, I have no record of your CPU ident. Lister's like, we don't exist here anymore. Then there's some sort of gas or something, tear gas or whatever.
Tear gas.
Yeah, so tear gas gets dispensed. Fucking hell. Holly, you brutal bitch. They run off and they immediately bump into Rimmer and the cat. And Lister's like, oh, thank God. Cat says, move as much as an eyebrow, bud, and you dog me. He's like, what? It's us. Rimmer doesn't know him. Cat doesn't know him. He says, who are you people and what do you want? He goes, Rimmer, it's me. He goes, how do you know my name? Cat says, don't fall for that one, buddy. He read it on your uniform. Does he have his name on his uniform? I don't think so. I think the cat is still just being the cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously they don't
look at that, and I couldn't see it.
No, it's not there. It's bollocks. So they obviously can't find them. They don't recognize them. They don't know who the hell they are. Lister says, oh, there's a guy going around somewhere obliterating people from history. We used to be your shipmates. Rimmer says, only we've forgotten you. Lister's like, yeah. He goes, cat. He says to the cat, well, I don't know about you, but I'm convinced. Sarcastically. Lister goes, Rimmer, I know you. He goes, well, if you do know me, you'll know I'm the kind of rough and tumble, hardened Astro ex-Marine type guy you do not trifle with. He goes, no, you're not. He goes, for the last time I'm asking, he goes, Fiona Barrickson, 15 years of age. You got off with her in your dad's greenhouse. You thought you got lucky, but it turned out all the time that you had your hand in warm compost.
I do.
How could I have known that and not know you?
I do just want to, this is a non sequitur side point, but you read 69, obviously, because we're here in the studio.
Yeah.
YouTube, lame as it is, you evidently cannot put 69 in the chat.
Miss Sparkles did.
It showed up here in the studio,
but it's
but
not
in the actual chat. It is
okay. I can't write 69. Maybe I can.
You can, but
I can because it's
no. It's there if you're on top chat.
Maybe
it doesn't show up. If you switch to live chat,
all
it shows
messages.
up.
Oh, switch to live chat.
But still, again, filtered.
That's fucked. That is bonkers.
Yeah.
I mean, what if you're doing a maths class?
YouTube.
I mean,
that's really where my brain went.
Oh, you fucking assholes, YouTube. All right. Anyway, you know what? People like to lick pussy and suck cocks. All right, just live with it. It's just a number.
Indeed.
God damn it! I can say that, but I can't type 69. You dickheads. Anyway, there we go. All right. Lister says, you got 3 brothers, John, Howard, and Frank. You're really mean with money. You're a tremendous physical coward. You once spent an afternoon on the Samaritan switchboard and 4 people committed suicide. Your middle name's Judas, but you tell everyone it's Jonathan. You sign all your official letters AJ Rimmer BSc, and BSc stands for Bronze Swimming Certificate. You're a cheating, weaselly, low-life scumbucket with all the charm and social grace of a pubic louse. Fucking hell. Cat says, gotta admit, bud, he's got a handle on you there. Anyway, a door opens and a different Lister and a different Crichton come through. Now, this is interesting. Not Lister, the Crichton. Because, as we've seen, Crichton has spare heads.
Right.
Who all have the same face as him.
Right.
And in some later episodes, we will encounter other 3,000 or 4,000 series mechanoids.
And they should all look the same.
All who are played by Robert Llewellyn.
Right.
With just like a slight change of costume from the neck down. So there should be, and then there's even an episode in Series 7 about the schematics for Crichton being based on a man that the creator hated. And so the entire 4,000 series was based on this one guy's face. So there should never have been any Series 4,000 mechanoid that didn't have the same exact face as Crichton.
They could have gone with a different tone of voice. Or
nope, they all based on one man.
Oh, I know.
His name is John Warburton, and apparently he's an asshole.
Right. But what I'm saying is, in this scene, although it probably would have been confusing to have a different Lister.
Of course, it would have been, but it would also be factually accurate.
Right.
I mean, we've even seen that the manufacturers, when they are talking to you through video packages, have the face of Robert Llewellyn, which is the same face as human Crichton.
There's
things like this make me want to fucking wring Doug Naylor's fucking neck. Like, why? You're so good at some things, and yet you fuck up other really obvious things. You know. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't really have to bother me this much. I can just let it go. But yeah, this should not be what Crichton looks like. The deletion of one Series 4,000 mechanoid, which I'm sure was 3,000. The deletion of one should not have changed the schematics for the entire fucking model. For fuck's sake. All right. Anyway, God, I'm getting into the weeds here now, aren't I? Really? So basically, another Lister and another Crichton show up, and the conversation goes pretty much exactly as you'd think. He goes, you know the score. No, sorry, that's the next scene. But they all get on. Oh, both Listers turn around and tell Rimmer to go fuck himself at the same time. And there they are. They're in the lift. And he goes, look, man, you know the score. Second Lister says, why do I know the score? He goes, because you're me. We're shot from the same gun barrel. Only difference is one did breaststroke, one did crawl. He says, what are you trying to say? I'm saying. And then they get cut off because the Inquisitor appears on the floor above them and starts shooting lasers at them as they all run away. Everyone tries to run away and escape, but unfortunately, it doesn't go on for very long because other Crichton and other Lister get fucking vaporized.
Right.
In fact, this is one of the only episodes where the stakes actually play out, because the Inquisitor manages to take down not only Lister and Crichton from the new universe, new reality, but apparently also Rimmer and the cat too.
Right.
Well, I mean, we're not there yet. Anyway, there's a scene here where Lister has picked up the dead, disembodied hand of other Lister.
Right.
And he tells Crichton
to look away.
Yeah, he says, look away for a second here because I'm going to have to do something. He goes, I'm going to do something now, Crichton, that's totally, totally gross. I don't want you to look. Turn around. He goes, what? Trust me, you don't want to know. And Lister reaches in and pulls out other Lister's hand and puts it on the ident to open the door. Crichton says, logically, sir, there is only one way you could possibly have opened that door. I feel quite nauseous. Where is it? He goes, where's what? He goes, oh, sir, you have it in your jacket. He goes, I got us out of the hole, didn't I? He goes, sir, you are sick. You're a sick, sick person. How could you possibly even conceive of such an idea? He goes, cheer up or I'll beat you to death with the wet end. He goes, sir, if mechanoids could barf, I'd be onto my 5th bag by now. You're a sick person. Sick, sick. They carry on anyway. So there we go. Anyway, we get into it and they're discussing the plan. Crichton says he'll sacrifice himself. He says, I'm programmed to relinquish my life. That's why the Mechanoid 4000 series was voted Android of the Year 5 years running. I have as much interest in saving my own life as a chronically depressed lemming. Says, that's not true, though, is it? He goes, sir, not anymore, and it's all because of me. It's my fault. I made you break your programming. I taught you how to lie. I taught you how to make your own decisions. I made you more human. I gave you a life to lose. So Lister regretting one of the most worthwhile things that he's done with his life. Interestingly. Anyway, eventually they decide they're going to use the laser to get out of the shackles. I think they've done it by this point. Yeah, they aged the shackles by like half a fucking millennium. Or no, it's like 500,000 years or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, suddenly the cat and Rimmer rush in. Cat says, okay, we don't know who you are, but we've seen enough of the other dude to know we want to be on your side. Rimmer's like, he killed our 2 crewmates in cold blood. He's a monster. He says, I'm the cat. This is Rimmer. He goes, yeah, Lister, Crichton. He goes, look, I want to make it clear. Oh, sorry. Rimmer says, look, I want to make it clear. I'm not exactly in love with the idea of pitching in with you two, but needs must as the devil drives. Lister says, you really don't remember me, do you? Everything I did used to get on your pecs. I used to be trimming me toenails with your electric meat carver or something. You'd go absolutely spare. Crichton says, sir, we must really get down to the storage bay. Now remember my message to us. This is where we meet the Inquisitor for the final confrontation. Cat says, that's your plan? We go out there and face him? Nice plan. Shall I paint a bullseye on my face? Lister says, listen, Crichton, I've been thinking about this. I've come up with something. So effectively, they have a new plan. We don't know what it is yet, but it's actually quite genius. There, the Inquisitor catches the cat and kills him. Dalek style, apparently.
Yep.
And he gets Rimmer too. Crichton... Is it Crichton? Yes. No, it's Lister. Lister.
Yeah.
Faces him in a standoff. He shoots Lister, de-ages him by about 15 years. So he's about 12 now. Jeremiah Norris for $5 says, I only said what I initially said because I didn't hear the full numbers. So 69 equals 64 plus 4 plus 1, which is 01000101.
I will have to take your word for that.
I need the quote. I need the clip of Piccolo from TFS Dragon Ball Bridge going, nerd! Very good. Thank you. Lovely. Very nice. I don't know what to play for that. I don't know what clip to play for that at all. Here you go.
Nice tits.
Nice
Good
zeros.
job. Lovely binary language. Thank you so much. Where are we at on the bar, by the way?
We're
at 56. We're over halfway. God damn. Can you imagine if we get the other half? We can play the Halloween boobies again.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Money, 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 print money, money, cash, money, well, capitalism, raise a bunch of money, money, more money, 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 heaps and heaps of money, 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 print money, money, cash, money, well, capitalism, raise a bunch of money, super chat, money.
As salty as the sea, calling us code names. SJW screaming, but it's money they blame. Burning with envy, they're falling flat. They can't handle the sound of a super chat.
Yeah.
All right.
What we've ultimately seen though here in this episode is that the Inquisitor just has a god complex and certainly is anything but an actual fair judge that can assess anything. Is just
Yeah. No, he's actually got himself some pretty massive flaws.
Mm-hmm.
And you would think that there would have been like an ending where they force him to judge himself.
Right. The Inquisitor, doing his own Inquisition.
Yeah,
but
on himself. And is it morally virtuous and or worthwhile to go about the universe spreading havoc and panic?
Right.
For, you know,
which seems that it would have been more of a continuation of the line of thought that Crichton was.
Yeah,
was
maybe.
bringing
Yeah.
to, you know.
Yeah, and it would have probably been better if Crichton was the one who, you know what?
Yeah.
But the thing is, I do really love how this plays out anyway.
Oh yeah. No, this is still good.
Very clever and well worth it. So I'm not necessarily. This isn't a criticism. I just think it would be funny if in a alternative reality,
right,
that's what happened instead.
Yeah, and
anyway,
that's why I say this feels like a remix in a certain way of Justice.
Exactly.
Because, yeah.
So 12-year-old Lister gets up and he goes, what does he say? You
de-aged me, basically.
He says something else though. What does he say? You youthed me. That's it.
Yeah.
I always think that's weird that he says that. Smeg, you youthed me. Anyway, Jeremiah says he's not a nerd, he's just a geek. Says computers are my thing and I know programming languages. That's nerd turf. Geeks. This is geek territory. Programming languages, I'd say that crosses into nerd. But that's me. That's my perspective. Anyway, I don't care what you are. I'm glad you're here. It says, now what the smeg have you done to me? Oh, that's it. He zaps him again. He becomes extremely old. Now what the smeg have you done to me? And he bitch slaps him. And here comes Crichton. Future Crichton, who is now present. Wait. No, it's not. It's current Crichton.
It's current. Yeah.
Says, excuse me, could I distract you for just a brief second? The Inquisitor turns around. Lister freezes the Inquisitor with a Blu-ray. Crichton takes the Inquisitor's gauntlet and zaps Lister back to his normal age.
Right. And
he goes, excuse me, could I possibly just distract you for a brief second? He goes, it was the best I could ad-lib at the time. Because he got the cat and rimmer. I know. Look, sir, I've got to go back in time and sacrifice myself in order that we can get this mess we're in now in the first place.
Which is a great little bit of storytelling right here, because what seemed as though
Lister's about to break the wheel anyway.
Right. But seeing as what seemed like it was a causality loop, we only saw an aspect of it. And so this is the remainder of what we didn't see.
Well, I mean, the beauty is that it is a causality loop that they're about to snap.
Right.
Which raises a million questions I'm not going to answer. Trubius 333 for $5 says feeding the kitty. Well, there'll be plenty of kitty on the screen if we get the others. If we get the rest, we get the bar filled. There's some kitty to see. Says keep up the good work. You know, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much for the $5 here. For the kitty.
Indeed.
Which of course also means wallet, you know. But there we go. Crichton's like, now what do I say when I pop up behind the Inquisitor? Lister's like, you say perfect. Now what do I? He goes, oh, that's it, I've got it. Don't tell me I've got it. Don't tell me I've got it. So he disappears, and Lister says to the frozen Inquisitor, okay, big fella, it's dangling time. Cut to Lister now has the Inquisitor hanging from a rope over an extremely long drop. Lister has decided it's time to upgrade from cigs to cigars.
Yeah.
Nice. I've got a fucking great cigar in the drawer downstairs I'm saving for New Year. I was going to share it with my dad, but I don't think that'd be any good for him now. It's fucking like it's like this long.
Mm-hmm.
It's Cuban. I'm not supposed to have it, but I've got it.
Wow. It makes it even better.
2 or 3 good sessions that one's worth. I got it from a friend of mine who's half Indian, half Israeli. Suck it, leftists. So there we go. Half Israeli giving me Cuban cigars in the Philippines. Welcome to 2024, when it was that he gave me it. All right, anyway. So anyway, we catch this nice scene here where Lister is now threatening the Inquisitor. Because once again, Lister is fucking ballsy. He's lazy, but he's fucking ballsy when you challenge him. The Inquisitor says, "Oh, so now you're going to kill me? I don't think so. You're a fat little human who doesn't have the balls." It's a strong talk for a guy who's dangling over a chasm. He says, "I've seen inside your heart. You don't have it in you." He lights the rope on fire. It says, "Oh yeah? Bet your life." The rope burns up very quickly, but Lister grabs the Inquisitor by the arm and pulls him up. He says, "I never intended to kill you." He goes, "Oh, no." He goes, "No, I intended to save your life." "Save my life? Why?" "Because if I save your life and you erase me, then I won't be there to save your life and you'll die. Chew on that, pal." Which would be really clever if it weren't for the fact that in the next sentence, the Inquisitor sees right through it. Gives him his gauntlet back.
It is indeed a plan with only 2 drawbacks.
Right. But except that there's another plan within a plan.
Right.
So it says, "Giving me my gauntlet back." He says, "Well, I'm all right. You can't touch me. You might have killed the others, but I'm okay." Which, again, very out of character for Lister. He says, "Oh, just one more thing. If I erase you from history, you will never have existed to end my life in the first place." Lister's like, "Oh, that's a point." Very similar to the altercation that he had with the simulant in Justice World. Didn't think of that. I lied twice, you know. But this time, Lister's learned a lesson from that, and he's faking again. He's still bluffing. He goes, "So now I can erase you quite safely." Lister's like, "Yeah." So the Inquisitor decides he's going to erase Lister. But unfortunately, instead of the energy flowing forwards, it flows out of the back. Because Crichton reprogrammed it. Lister says, "Yeah, it's the old backfiring time gauntlet trick." The old backfiring time gauntlet trick.
Right. You know, that
It's
old
real
chestnut.
trick. Yeah. Says, "You just bought yourself a one-way ticket to oblivion." He goes, "But you can't. All my glorious work will be undone." And of course, the Inquisitor disappears, which makes Crichton reappear, which undoes everything that happened that the Inquisitor ever did.
Right, which would mean that the guy at the beginning of the episode is back to
Yeah,
being
they're
who
all
he
back
originally
because
was.
the Inquisitor has now.
So it also
never
means that
existed.
everybody he brought to life has now just been killed.
Yes.
Well, they were never created to begin with. So yeah,
Right.
like this is just setting.
It's got a huge death toll.
It's a huge.
Depending on how quickly he went from deciding to start his quest to getting to Red Dwarf.
Right.
Oh yeah, they could have been the second lot, couldn't they?
I mean, they could. Yeah, he might have just started out. You know, probably not, because there is a legend about him. You know,
Right.
Yeah,
right,
but
right.
if he's starting about time.
Well,
then-
the fact that we see Crichton at going through the loop, this loop has happened throughout time and history at least once. You know, at this point. So
there is at least one person who will have now actually existed, and one who never did for a brief period and now doesn't anymore.
Right.
Fuck, it's too big to start really trying to unpack. We've been at this for nearly 4 hours, and yes, hasn't had to have happened. Yes, exactly. We're back in Future Echoes territory. So it worked. Crichton, Lister, again back to his normal self, says, "Crichton, you're a genius." Says, "It was your scheme, sir. I simply reprogrammed the gauntlet. So what happens now?" It says, "Well, basically we wait for the time-space continuum to reorder itself." Cat reappears, and Rimmer says, "I believe this is an appropriate juncture for you to give me 5, sir." Just give you 5. I can do better than that. I can give you 15. Using the dead hand that probably shouldn't be there by now. But okay.
Right.
And we are done. Fuck. That was a slog.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I say I do like aspects of this episode.
This is a great episode. They're all great.
Yeah. But if you had to compare this just directly to Justice, though, flip a coin, which
Justice is bad.
Yeah. And so
Justice is the better episode because of the jokes, the dialogue jokes that are in it, the scathing 5-minute constant insult to Rimmer.
Right.
You know, because of that, it's an all timer.
Yeah.
This, I would say, will probably end up on second tier for me when we do come to rank them.
Yeah, this is definitely. I mean, this is solid comedy.
High concept, tight comedy, unique to this universe. Probably impossible in most things other than sci-fi. Funny as fuck in places. Great dialogue. Then it gets very heavy with the drama towards the end, and it even has a clever little twist at the end.
Right.
A double twist.
Yeah.
And you get all that metatextual shit with them judging themselves as well. We talked about it for 2 hours.
And the cat one, the way the cat judges himself was just
Brilliant.
so funny as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think, you know, there's no bad episode of Red Dwarf, but this is one of the better ones.
Yeah,
for me,
it's solid. It's solid, and it's definitely very good. But in comparison to, you know, like it's a nice kind of echo back to what was Justice, and taking those same concepts and, you know.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Charlie Brooker had never invented Black Mirror, you can guarantee Rob Grant and Doug Naylor would have eventually.
Right.
Because there's a lot of that same kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's when
it's like a rabbit's foot or whatever it is. You know, is that what it is?
Is it a rabbit's foot or a monkey's paw?
Monkey's paw. Monkey's paw. That's it. Not a rabbit's foot. Rabbit's foot's for luck. Monkey's paw is the thing that makes you question the hubris in your wishes. Yeah. There's a lot of that kind of self-referential, self-reflective, metatextual kind of drama in later Red Dwarf, or mid Red Dwarf as we are now. It used to be later Red Dwarf. Now it's middle.
Yeah. But that's why I likened this to a remix earlier, where you know kind of the structure, but it can be arranged completely differently and kind of take it into different avenues.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Norris has gifted $5 and says, I also have a Venn diagram picture that I use to prove I'm a geek and not a nerd. Is that also a nerd thing? Very much so.
Very much so, yes. yes. Geek is more pop culture, whereas nerd is more sciencey, and the fact that so I mean, you can be both. You know, just
I mean, you can be a nerd and be a geek. In fact, most geeks are a bit nerd, and most nerds are a bit geek.
Yeah. There are plenty of geeky nerds and plenty of nerdy geeks that are out there. Yeah,
no question about that. But I don't know. I think.
But either way, you're welcome to be here, and we appreciate you greatly.
Either way, nice
tits. Indeed.
I don't know what to play to these. I don't have a clip for these kinds of questions. Right. But whatever, we appreciate you anyway, mate. So really, I mean, I think we all came into this. I came into this like, oh yeah, these are two decent episodes, but actually they're a lot better than that. Really, they are.
Oh yeah. Well, I think these conversations we have, they through the analytics that we do, it raises all of them up. From when I watch them, they're good. But then
I've noticed that too. Yeah,
these exchanges, and we actually kind of get into some deeper.
We unpack and we go really deep, and we end up making them far more than most people would ever consider.
Right.
Which is why
we don't unpack. We move in.
Right, but it's a testament to the quality of the writing.
We unpack and buy furniture. Yeah, you're right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Glorious episode. There's nothing we have left to summarize really, because we said it all during the review. which is how I like to do things, just free form. Like there's no summary needed.
Yeah.
This is a great episode of TV. So is Holoship. You can't do wrong with Red Dwarf. There's no bad episode of Red Dwarf. It's all like this. So if you enjoyed this, do yourself a favor, get hold of the fucking show and watch the shit out of it.
That's right.
You will not regret it.
That's right.
Promise. In fact, I'd stake my goddamn balls on that.
Yeah. Cancel Netflix, cancel Disney Plus. Get yourself, worst case scenario, get yourself a VPN and fire it.
And go sailing.
And go sailing. Otherwise, you know, go get a go.
Unless
get a
you can get
Blu-ray or
hold of the
DVD.
DVDs.
Yeah.
I have them up there.
In which case,
But,
yes.
Well,
yeah.
Which means I'm justified to obtain them any other way I like.
Indeed.
Well, they're normally there.
But there you go. That's it. I guess we're wrapping up. Fucking A. Look at that. Whoa, it's been a good one. It's been nearly 4 hours though, and we do need to wrap up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because at this point, well, we're at $66, which is good.
Yeah.
I doubt we're gonna hit the bar being filled, so that's fine. We also at 26 members. Actually, that's a lot. You know, that's way past just filling one bar.
Right.
And I'm in a good mood.
Yeah.
So for John.
Step into my boudoir, darling, don't be shy. The velvet drapes are trembling as the ravens fly. Your blood is pumping faster, oh, I hear it call. A hunger in the shadows where the night will fall. Come closer, taste the danger, feel the thrill. The candle wax is dripping and I've time to kill. Your heart beats like a secret I long to claim. Surrender to the darkness, whisper my name. So taste the dark, surrender slow. In my haunted arms, you'll never go. Tonight's the night you're bound to me. My wicked love for all eternity.
Oh, hey, everyone. How's it going? We are here. This, I've just been spellbound. I'm sorry. This is very, I was enchanted.
I love the way you fucking commit to the bit every time. I really do. I get a kick out of it.
Indeed.
All right. My God. What the fuck is going on? Oh my God. I've got two identical windows open. I just realized it. I got Red Dwarf script and YouTube, and then I've got another separate window with Red Dwarf script and YouTube. Maybe that's why everything's been so fucked up. Anyway, there we go. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for checking out this episode 165 of WTF Live. That rhymes. It wasn't supposed to, but it did. Oh well. And we'll get to our outros. Rhoda, what's coming up?
I've got a bit of a easier week next week, so I should be able to fit things in more easily. So I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident Mario stream will be happening tomorrow. Obviously, I'll move heaven and earth to make sure the Tomb Raider stream happens on Tuesday, because that's the only thing on my channel that actually gets any views.
Guys, go subscribe to Rhoda. If you're not subscribed to Rhoda, you must go right now. Don't leave the stream. Open another tab and go and subscribe to this nice man who does good quality streams. Nice, relaxing gaming streams. Chill. Fucking streams. Go and fucking subscribe to him. He's got less than 100 subs. It's embarrassing to me that he doesn't have more than that.
It's right there in the chat. It's right there in the chat. Just click on his name.
Go and subscribe immediately. No excuses. Go and get it done. Fuck, it doesn't cost anything. Right, Rhoda, go on.
Yeah. We've been doing some kind of experiments which we're continuing different ways to get Sardoc onto the channel because he's like our local Tomb Raider expert. Last week we got him on via voice chat on Discord. I'm hoping to do better than that this week. So you know,
it
that
is
makes
tough.
it more interesting. That gives you, you know, more voices to listen to than just me replying to chat. And yeah, still music videos bubbling away in the background, and a few other things possibly on the cards. Few shows that I've been talking to various people about, which will happen at some point. Really, the plan for me to start doing proper shows is February, when I've got a lot more time, but a few things seem to look like they're moving forward faster than that, so that's all good. And then obviously I'll see you guys next Tuesday.
Indeed.
I couldn't leave that there, and there's been so many 69s in chat.
Right.
You smug
Rhoda, I know if I remember correctly, you are using OBS. If you
No, I stopped using OBS because it wouldn't accept any. It wouldn't accept my graphic, my my capture card or my camera. So I've been using Meld.
You're using Meld. All right. So Meld, I can't say. Talk to nobody. He might actually be able to help you with the thing. Because if you were still using OBS, I would suggest.
Didn't nobody come up with his own thing?
He's working on a thing that it's a plugin of sorts.
Is that what he uses, Meld? Because I've never seen a stream that looks like his.
Yes, he is using Meld Studio, which you have to be using either an Apple or a Windows-based system to operate with. Otherwise, I don't.
So only every computer in the world then.
Well,
apart from a few who use
except
Linux.
for people like me who run shit through Linux on a Steam Deck. But if you are using OBS out there and you ever need to figure out how to get people into your streams, you can use video.ninja. And
we need to work on that too for when we do gaming streams, because I want to do that. And we had that one experiment that went disastrously wrong, and we ended up having to do MGS through StreamYard with the low frame rate and all that crap. So if there's a real solution for that, I'd like to hear about it. Meanwhile, Rhoda, it's your outro.
Yeah, well, I was speaking to Tomby yesterday, and he reckons it's worth trying in EV Max, but that there'll be like a delay rather than a frame rate drop. Which, if you're playing slow-paced games like I play, that probably wouldn't matter very much.
The delay for who?
So like, we'll probably be talking about things that are going to happen in 5 seconds time.
So the game's not in the window with us?
It's not in real time. It's basically, it is, so you'll be playing your game, and then what it will be sampling will be, you know, a capture of.
So what you guys would see would be a few seconds later.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Either, is it?
What the audience would see would be a few seconds later. So like, we'd be in real time like now.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if the audience sees it a couple years, couple of seconds later.
Yeah. I mean, it would matter for like a racing game or something, but I think for like a puzzle game like Tomb Raider, it wouldn't really matter very much. So
there's got to be a better solution. It's
I mean,
complete bullshit.
I mean,
There's
we're going to try a whole bunch of things, and we'll report back when we've got it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen plenty of people putting out gaming streams where the quality is indistinguishable from playing the game, and
I know. Yeah.
I just don't know how the fuck they're doing it.
I know when I was doing backseat gaming, because I came up with the idea for Sonia's streams to join in with her. We were doing that through Discord, where I had her projected to Discord, and then I was just there with her as a voiceover.
I mean, please, yeah. I mean, even if it's like just sharing the screen instead of, maybe that would work. Maybe if instead of sharing the window, you share the whole monitor.
Right.
With desktop.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of rather than like doing everything through. I haven't tried it yet, but I was thinking
we're having a backstage conversation in the stream, by the way, right now, but that's okay.
Yeah, I do that. I never know where the hell
I'm not complaining. I'm just pointing out that we're just as rubbish, right? We're just as rubbish off air as we are on air.
And also, someone in chat might know something that we'd find.
That's true.
Yeah, and I like to think that the people that are watching this deep into the stream either are ginormous fans that are interested
Super
in
loyalists,
that are interested in our silly little whatevers, or the people that they themselves are also interested
asleep.
in streaming or have passed out on
Or asleep. Yeah. Anyway, Rhoda, anything else to add?
Just again, like, lovely to be here again, and especially like when we do these chilled Red Dwarf streams, it's a really nice way to end the week and then look forward to the next week. Even though I don't really have weekends because I do shift work, but it kind of it puts a nice line there for me. So I really
I'm a
appreciate
full-time
being here.
YouTuber. I don't have weekends either.
You know, I love hanging out with you guys. So thanks very much again. And thanks to chat and everyone who's donated and all that kind of thing. And hopefully one day I will have a cat that I can show off on screen as well.
Yes, I have a cat. Where is she? Those bastards better.
I have too many. Only one of them I actually consider actually decent. Her name's Angel.
I got one cat, 2 kids, a niece, and a wife. Oh, I'm a...
That really sounds like the start of a bar joke.
Does, doesn't it? All right, John, what's going on with you?
You know, same old stuff this time of day. I'm working on some commission stuff, doing a thumbnail for someone, and I will be off until Tuesday morning when we're all back together again on this channel at this time, as we are, you know, throughout the week on Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. Later in the day on Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern, you can see me hanging out with Toasty, and we do her show throughout the week on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays as scheduled. Of course, you know, that can always kind of move around a bit based on life and all those kind of circumstances. And on the weekends, I do the Weekend Culture over on Honey Badger Arcade's channel, 11 a.m. Eastern in the morning, and might be working on doing another show on Saturdays. We'll see. That's going to kind of be building off this commission stuff that I'm doing right at the moment. But the more that that becomes formalized, the more I will actually be willing to kind of bring it up and talk to it, talk about it here in the space. But I do want to thank everybody who took time to spend with us today in the audience. Thank you for hanging out with us for, we just crossed over 4 hours and 1 minute. So definitely do appreciate the willingness that you all have in spending with us for multiple, like a sixth of your day spent with us. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. Don't know if we necessarily deserve it, but I hope we've at least earned your time, and we do greatly appreciate it.
I would hope so.
I mean, you know, I think we
Otherwise,
have.
what are you doing with your time?
Exactly. But
we don't deserve it. Why are you here?
Right. But, you know, I know Helzo's left, but always great time here with all you guys, you two throughout the weekend, especially also on Sundays.
Left 2 hours ago, was still here.
Right. I mean, maybe he spared himself. But yeah, thanks everybody. But with that said, you know, safe travels ahead. Y'all have a wonderful week going forward. Of course, be awesome as always.
Beautiful. Yeah, one of these days we're gonna catch ourselves beginning a stream right as we end one, and that will be the day we die. But
our own causality loop.
It's getting a little bit crazy at this point, but I don't really feel the time. That's the thing, is I don't realize how long it's been. When I'm here, I look at the clock occasionally and I'm like, fuck, 4 hours, what the shit? Like, you know, just having fun talking to my mates, and you know, also there's not many avenues for me to get this stuff out of my brain and into the universe. There's no way my wife would put up with this, you know.
Right.
This kind of geekery. We watched Superman the movie last night. Well, we began it, then the kids woke up, and then we finished it today, and they were absolutely spellbound by it. Considering that me and my wife went to the cinema to see the new one a couple of months ago, there was no such reaction from her. She was like, yeah, it was all right, it was okay, it was, you know. And then we watched the Richard Donner 1978 one today, and they woke me up to ask if we could keep watching it, to finish it. Like, that never happens in my house. My wife doesn't really give a fuck about this sort of stuff. So So yeah, so that should give you some idea of the kind of person my wife is. Lovely as she is, she's not a nerd. She's not a geek, and she never will be. And good, because she drags me into the realm of reality when I need to be dragged there. But what I get out of this is hours of beautiful chit chat with my mates, and I love it, and I would never part with it for all the fucking tea in China. So thank you all for watching. Special thank yous to Paul Thomas Ashworth. You know what? I'll just say his name last. uafomega, T-Jap Steve twice, Miss Sparkles, thank you. Thank you for the rack and for the compliments, none of which were directed at me. Anyway, uafomega again there. Thank you, Drew BS as well, and Jeremiah Norris with I don't know, like 9 super chats. That's fucking outrageous, my friend. That is outrageous. I'll give you one of these.
Oh, these? My boobies? My massive fucking titties? My super stuffed up milkies? My hunger bonger doinky boinkies? My fucking fabric stretching, wind flapping, gravity welling sex mounds? You mean these super duper ultra hyper goddamn motherfucking...
Off to horny James.
And James up off the top rope with the lighting tubes and the thumbtacks and the table that's already on fire for $20 fucking dollars.
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious hunkers. A real set of badonkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros. Massive da hunka bankaloos. Big old Tanahangara cougars. What happens next? Transfer student shows up one day with even bigger Bankhanaga hoogs. Humongous hungalamga nonologangas.
Oddman says, don't forget our Pal World server. 172.240.18.141 for 151, sorry. Colon 26935 password OU812. And I'm so sorry, James Obb. He went to the trouble of making this fucking server for us, and I still haven't made it onto it. But to be fair, my gaming status on Steam is not private. It's public as fuck. And when's the last time you saw Will of the Fans is playing a game?
Generally when you're online, doing a stream.
Right.
Of said thing that you got paid to do.
Yeah. And only then.
Yeah.
It's been a week since I played a game. So it's not that I'm not playing Pal World. I'm not playing anything. I haven't had time. There was an earthquake. Right. I've been a bit busy. I will get to it, James. I will get to it, James. I swear I'll get to it. Sooner or later, I will get to it. And if I don't get to it as soon as you'd like, I hope everybody else enjoys it. So thank you. And thank you.
Is a great password, by the way.
That pun, though. Yeah. Okay. uafomega for another $5. What are you guys trying to like last minute fill the bar?
By all means.
Like, Jesus Christ, we're only $8 away now. Well, we could play the other titty video, I suppose, if we get there. It says, I accidentally sprayed deodorant in my mouth, and now I can't open my mouth with a weird accent.
Links in the description.
I mean, it's worth grifting. Can we get $9 for some titties? I guess at this point, it's like it's too close to like give up. We might as well just beg like bums and say $9 for the titties. Anyone?
And technically, I mean, you already got the titties. Now it's just, do you want?
That's bonus titties.
Yeah, you want extra titties.
Do you want extra titties?
And yes, fuck, there is.
It's open for anyone who wants to play.
It's open for anyone who wants to play, just like my ex's legs. But which ex? Well, that's for them to figure out.
You know what? You know what? They say can't go home again, but I feel like this was quite the homecoming.
You know, there ain't no titties that bounce like Tifa's titties at the end of that.
Right.
Less than one stream. When you're hot, you're hot.
When you're hot, you're hot. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to everybody who's been watching. So much indeed, especially everyone who super chatted. I already read your names out. But again, right at the end there, James up with $29 combined and uafomega. You guys are fucking legends. We'll see you tomorrow for Hyperdrive time, same time. Time for bed, said Zebedee. And I'll catch you on the next one. Take care now. Spike your hair. Peace in the Middle East. You know, all that stuff. Question everything. Respect the fans. Check out the Discord. Link below. We'll chat to you next time. Big love. Smack.